your smile, like the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound, 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 safe and
Esto nunca se va a acabar.
Ah, piggies in revelry. An occasion short-lived. For the merms would infringe, exclaiming, "What gives?" This rivalry for the property turned pernicious and cruel, when a strange cryptic rumble interrupted the duel. Cresting the knoll, distracting the battle, came a solo pig with pinched pies pursued by peeved cattle. The combatants took flight, save a particular merm, running towards as the pig ran from the herd. With a foolhardy leap, the two species collide. An impact avoids impact, ironically saving both their hides. The collision cleared up. They shake back to their selves, animostic animals oblivious to where they fell. That is until hissing cut through their ill will. 8-legged spiders with 8 looks that could kill. The adversaries imperiled by something not them. The enemy of my enemy just might be my friend. The marooned pig and merm agreed to a truce. We can get along, Shirley. Shirley, here is the proof. Pow, whack, smash, crash, bang, and thump. Pig and merm teammates, who would have thunk? A pause for reflection ignited affection. Alas, the meet-cute was ruined by more arachnid aggression. Encircled by the swarm with a single way out.
bags used to be 6. Seems like the only thing going up these days is your credit card balance. If only there were some place to turn. Just ask your home. With Rocket Mortgage, you can use it to get cash quickly.
Chances are you or someone you love has this sock on right now. We can help. You need Hollow Socks. Hollow Socks are made from alpaca wool, which keeps your feet drier, more comfortable, and 3 times warmer than merino wool. How? You ever seen an alpaca shiver? No, you haven't. The alpaca fibers are antimicrobial, which means no bacteria, which means no stinky feet. Hollow Socks are specifically designed to keep your feet happy all year round, no matter the weather. Do you even know where your cheap discount socks are made? Hollow Socks are made right here in America. Cotton socks soak up moisture. Alpaca fiber wicks it away so your feet stay drier no matter the weather. We literally have less than 10 one-star reviews, and statistically, they're all named Karen. Also, I'm sorry if your mom's name's Karen. Listen, if you don't like them, that's fine. We have a full 30-day money-back guarantee, but less than 2% of people return them because they're too busy loving them. These are mine, but you can go to hollowsocks.com and get your own.
Tres, empieza el bailongo. 3, dos, uno. Quiero la cabeza del cabo. Esto nunca se va a acabar.
I love to pick up the tab for my buds at B-Dubs for BOGO Boneless Thursdays. I don't tell them about the deal, though. I want them to think I'm rich. Like, Hank's been horseback riding twice. Rich. It's a status thing. Horses.
Savoring this moment. Is this our last goodbye? I thought we loved each other. I guess one of us lied. So please just pull away. I can't look you in the face. I don't wanna have to lie. I wanted this love to survive. Now when I look in your I feel paralyzed.
All right. How's it going? Today we're going to be talking about not the only thing that we're going to be talking about, but one of the things that we'll be talking about today is the Russian space weapons that they have but don't actually have. They're just trying to make us scared so that we fund Ukraine. It's what I assume is going on, because it's happening right as the House is saying that they're going to not rush on funding Ukraine. But that's just me thinking that. It seems very suspicious, though, that they come up with this right after the House says that they, when was this? Decline. Right after Johnson says the House won't be rushed into approving aid for Ukraine. Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday that came out. I guess that didn't come out yesterday, but it's been going on for a little bit. And then right after that, they're like, oh no, Russia has a space weapons. This is saying that it's a imminent threat to national security and shit, and then it turns out that they don't even have it up in the air. They're just working on this space weapon. It seems like it's for taking out satellites and stuff, but I don't know for sure. But yeah, so first we're going to watch the week's Bible passage. We're going to watch a sermon on the week's Bible passage. This week's Bible passage is Psalms 23. So we'll watch that. We'll watch a few more videos while I play a few games of Risk. And then we'll get into the news.
I could use a little help.
Yeah, there's a lot of risk out there.
Hey, is this thing hard to learn?
No, it's...
The following is a sermon by Charles Haddon Spurgeon titled, "The Lord is My Shepherd," originally preached on October the 16th, 1866. The scripture text is Psalm 23, verse 1. The Lord is my shepherd. I cannot say anything that is new upon this text. I have not even the desire to do so. But if I can remind you of old and precious truths, and also put you in remembrance of sweet experiences which are past, this will not be an unprofitable topic for our meditation. I like to recall the fact that this psalm was written by David, probably when he was a king. He had been a shepherd, and he was not ashamed of his former occupation. When he had to wear a crown, he remembered the time when he had handled the shepherd's crook, and as a lad, with his sling and stone, had kept watch over his father's sheep in the wilderness. Some persons are too proud to remember their early employments.
I'm first. What should I go for here? I think that I'm going to go for, should I go for Europe or... Yeah, I think I'm going to go for Europe. Let's accept heart, make alliance, make alliance, make alliance. There we go. Send them a heart. There we go.
So such pride is both their folly and their shame. Many persons would not like, in their public devotions, to make use of expressions which would have any reference to their secular calling. But it seems to be perfectly natural in David's case to hear him say, "The Lord is my shepherd," for he had himself been a shepherd and knew just what the word implied. By the gracious help of the Holy Spirit, let us see what we can get out of the metaphor used in our text. We must, of course, remind ourselves that we are not in the country where these words were written. We must, in thought, go to the East in order to get the full meaning of them. It is a great mercy that the Bible was not written according to the fashion of the West, for everything has changed in our part of the world. If this book had been written, for instance, in the style of the earliest literature known in England, probably we would not have fully understood it, and other nations would have been altogether puzzled by it. But in the East, there has been little or no change for centuries.
Ooh.
Oriental manners and customs are almost the same today as they were in the days of David, so that if we could go to Palestine at the present moment, we might find just such a shepherd as David was. And in examining his habits and actions, we should learn the meaning of the metaphor that David used when he said,
I don't know who this guy is. I've never heard of him. Is that right?
Lord is my shepherd. We shall notice three things about the text. First, this sentence, if it be true to us, guarantees us certain privileges. Secondly, it involves us in duties. And thirdly, it suggests to us inquiries. 1. First, if this sentence is indeed true of each one of us, the Lord is my shepherd, then this guarantees us certain privileges. And first, the Eastern shepherd was the guide of his flock. The sheep never thought of going before him. It would have been an anomaly in nature for the sheep to go first and for the shepherd to follow. They had no need whatever to know the way across the trackless desert. It was enough for them that the shepherd knew it. They need not know where the green pastures still remained throughout the droughts of summer, or where there were quiet resting places where they might lie down at noon. It was sufficient for the sheep that the shepherd knew, and all that they had to do was patiently to follow where he led the way. David had no doubt often gone in front of his flock, thinking with an anxious heart of the place where he would lead them. And as he looked back at them, he could see that they were patiently following him, with no distraction to trouble their poor brains, and no vexations to worry their quiet minds. Happy that they were provided for, they grazed as they went along the way, not knowing and not wanting to know whither they were going, but quite content because their shepherd led the way. Transfer this thought, Christian brother or sister, to yourself, and see how the Lord is your guide. Look at the past and note how he has guided you, how very little you and I had to do with it after all. We have struggled, we have fretted, we have repined, we have fumed against the working of providence. But after all, I do not know that we have had much more to do with it than the sheep in the stream has to do with the way in which it has floated to the other side. There is far more of the hand of God in our life than there is of our own hand, if our life is what it ought to be. Think of our childhood, of the home where our lot was cast, of our youth, of the place where we were bound as apprentices, or where we first learned the rudiments of our various callings. And since then, what strange paths some of us have trodden. If we had been told years ago that we should be found here today, in the circumstances in which we are now found, we could not have believed it. There have been many times in our past history when it has seemed as if a single straw might decide our destiny.
Oh, I thought that I was good with Red. I guess that Red is the only one who's not my ally. Doesn't look like they're going to attack me, though. That is good.
At the crossroads, and the left road might have led into endless sins and sorrows, but we were guided in the opposite direction. And so we were made to walk beside the still waters and to lie down in green pastures. There have been many times when only a word was wanted, nay, when a weight no heavier than a feather from the wing of a butterfly was all that was needed to turn the scale against us, and to send us into quite a different orbit from that in which we now move. We can truly say that we have been divinely led until now, and although the journey has been like that of the children of Israel in the wilderness, in and out, backwards and forwards, progressing and then retrograding, and often standing still, yet the Lord has led us by a right way up to this present moment, and we can truthfully say, still have we found that promise good, which Jesus ratified with blood. Still is he faithful, wise, and just, and still in him let Israel trust. It is easy to say that the Lord has been our shepherd in the past. It may not be so easy to say that he is our shepherd in the present, and will be our shepherd in the future. Yet we have nothing to do with the future except to follow in the path of humble trust in the Lord, and of obedience to his word. It is not for me to sit down and make a plan of all I mean to do next week, or next month, and so on through all my life. I have no right to forestall my troubles or to begin to calculate my future wants. I am bound to live in simple dependence upon God, who sends just enough manna for each day, but no more. If I am in any dilemma, if I am in any difficulty, If I do not know which way I should take, had I not better go and tell my heavenly Father so, and ask him to direct me? I must remember that I am not my own shepherd, and that I am not to guide myself any more than the sheep is to guide itself, but that I am to look to my great shepherd, to watch for indications of his will, and to receive those indications either from his word, or from his providential dealings with me, or from the operations of his gracious Spirit within my heart. And then I am to follow where God leads me, having nothing to do with the making of the road, but only following the Lord my shepherd wherever he leads me. Dear brethren and sisters in Christ, I wish we recollected this truth more than we do. I mean in all things. For instance, in the matter of doctrinal opinions, some people have a certain minister as their shepherd. You know that there are certain people who will not go an inch beyond the point to which Mr. A leads them. Then Mr. B is the prophet of somebody else. Mr. C is the very pope of another, and Mr. D is the perfection of doctrine to a fourth. And beyond these earthly leaders, none of them will go. Let us, however, all follow the Lord as our shepherd. I am to make my appeal to this blessed book, and to ask his gracious Spirit to teach me what is here revealed. And when his Spirit has taught it to me, I am to let that be sufficient, and to believe it. Even if I am the
I did not expect that to happen by Grain. Wow.
only person who so believes it. That shall make no difference to me. If God has guided me, I must follow. So is it with regard to all the various stages of our life. The young Christian ought to seek God's guidance in the important matter of marriage, and the young tradesman should seek divine guidance as to where he shall set up his business or commence his daily labor. In immigrating to another land, in removing from one house to another, in every step of life, we act wisely when we say, O Lord, let everything be as thou wilt. We bring hither the ephod, that we may inquire what is thy will, even as they did of old. There ought to be a distinct recognition on our part that we desire that God should guide us, and we should constantly come to him to consult with him. For if we do not, we shall be constantly making mistakes and getting into confusion, and then who but ourselves shall bear the blame, in that we went before the fiery, cloudy pillar, chose our own path, and so fell into the ditch. One of the Puritans said, "He who carves for himself will cut his fingers and get an empty plate." And it is so in the order of God's providence. And another said, "He who runs before the cloud goes on a fool's errand, and will have to come back again. And so it shall be." The sheep before the shepherd is out of place and out of order, but the sheep behind the shepherd, quietly, patiently, and humbly following him, is both according to the order of nature and the order of grace. Let us then, as the Lord's sheep, learn to take that position henceforth and not attempt to usurp the prerogative of our great shepherd. Another great privilege which naturally comes to us through this relationship is that we have provisions for our wants. An Eastern shepherd, of course, provides for his flock as far as he can. This may not be a very difficult matter in England, but it is exceedingly difficult in countries where fodder is not so readily obtainable as it is here. In the summer droughts, the shepherd will have to go on foraging afar, and when those droughts have continued a long while, there will be only a few places by the margins of the deep rivers where grass can still be found. Then the prudent shepherd, as soon as he finds that the winter is coming on, will seek to shelter his flock in those secluded pastures which still remain green, and then, as spring returns again, he conducts them to the spot where the young grass is waiting for them. He has to be thoughtful ever, and they have to be thoughtful never, at least with regard to their daily provender. He thinks of autumn while it is still springtime, and he has his eye upon the winter even in the midst of the summer. As for the sheep, it is enough for them if they lie down in the grass that is nearest to them, or walk gently by the still waters just where they are. Now certainly, beloved brethren and sisters in Christ, as the Eastern shepherd thus provides for his sheep, so will God provide for us. We have a double set of wants, yet we shall find that God is as all-sufficient for us as he would be if we had a sevenfold set of wants. I say that we have a double set of wants. There are, first, our bodily wants, and these are many, and they are constantly recurring. I am not quite certain that to have a sure provision for this life is the most excellent thing for our spirituality. It is, of course, the most comfortable thing, and in many respects the most desirable, and gives the most opportunities for usefulness.
Does he move that?
But I am not sure whether fullness of bread is not always a very great temptation. Certainly, if I have wanted to find deep, robust, vigorous piety, I must confess, though I have no preference for one class over another, that I have usually found it amongst those who have had to live from hand to mouth and to struggle hard for their daily bread. For this experience brings men and women into real and palpable contact with the God of Providence. And as I appeal to these children of poverty and ask them whether God supplies their needs, they take out their little diaries, or if they do not carry them in their pockets, they carry them in their hearts, and they begin to tell of instance after instance in which the God of Abraham has revealed himself to them as Jehovah Jireh. And as they look forward to the future, they confidently cry, "The Lord will provide." Sometimes, such a promise as this, "Bread shall be given him, his waters shall be sure," is very sweet to me. But when I have heard it from the lips of some poor, bedridden old woman who has long been depending upon the charity of others, and she has told me of remarkable interpositions of the Lord's hand in her times of need, then the promise has seemed to glisten and glitter with unusual and extraordinary radiance. Are not some of you, dear friends, sometimes in such a plight that you have to say in the morning, "Where shall I get bread for this evening's meal?" This must be a choice text for you.
I'm
The
surprised-
Lord is my
I'm
shepherd.
surprised he didn't go into, maybe he's waiting for a trade to go in and take this. That way, he's waiting for Green to use that once.
Remember that ancient promise, trust in the Lord and do good, so shalt thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Our greater want, however, is our spiritual want. And there are often moanings among God's people because they are not spiritually fed as they ought to be.
I never understand when people do this.
It is the crying sin of some ministries that they are not feeding ministries. If I am to believe what I am told by many of God's people, they do not find the service of the sanctuary to be satisfactory to their souls. Brethren, if we profess to preach the gospel, and this is the case with us, it is a grievous fault on our part, and we must mend our manners in this respect. But far oftener, I think, the Lord's people are not fed because of their own folly. They look up to the pulpit, but they do not see much there. If they looked up to the hills, from whence cometh their help, they would never be disappointed. When we look to the pastor, but not to the master says, they are looking to the wrong person, so they shall get nothing. But when we look to the master, he often supplies our needs through the pastor. Let us esteem the divinely chosen channel as far as we should, but let us never forget that it is the fountain that yields the supply. Though you may be tempted to say, when such and such a man is taken home, I shall never be able to enjoy any other ministry as I have enjoyed that man's, you must check yourself and say, it is the same living truth that survives. It is the same God who still lives, whoever else may die. The grass withereth, and the flower thereof falleth away, but the word of the Lord endureth forever. And this is the word which by the gospel is preached unto you. And therefore you shall still be fed, for the Lord is your shepherd. He who can truly say, the Lord is my shepherd, may make sure of a third blessing, namely that of constant keeping and safe protection. How many are our enemies? Brethren and sisters, we are exposed to attack on all sides. Let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall. A cold shiver has often gone through me when I have witnessed or heard of the falls of some whom I have honored and respected, and of whom I would have said that it was more likely that the stars would fall from their orbits than that these people should fall from their integrity. But alas, the best of men are but men at the best, and some brightly shining objects in the church's sky have proved to be only meteors, wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. It is pitiable, and it is also humbling, and it should lead to great heart-searching, and make each one of us ask, shall I forsake him too? And why should you not do so? What is there in you, dear friend, more than there is in any other professor? Why you should not prove to be an apostate after all? What is there about me that I should stand where so many others have fallen? There is nothing to hold me up if I am left to myself. But if, confessing my liability to fall, confessing my liability to be seized by the lion and the bear and the wolf, I can still say, the Lord is my shepherd, I am safe. The sheep is not safe because it says, I am stronger than the lion, or I am able to escape from the bear, or I shall always be able to avoid the wolf. Silly sheep, what can you do to protect yourself from your foes? Yet the sheep might feel safe enough if it knew that David was near, to snatch it out of the jaws of the lion, or to rescue it from the paws of the bear. And beloved, we know that our shepherd will never let any of his sheep perish. He has owned us too long, and bought us too dearly, and loved us too well to ever let us go. You remember that he said to his disciples, even concerning the children who believed in him, it is not the will of your Father which is in heaven that one of these little ones should perish. He also said, My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me, and I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish.
Why
Neither
is this
shall
guy taking so long to take? It's like almost annoying to me.
any man or devil pluck them out of my hand. So, if you are the Lord's sheep, you shall be protected, provided for, and guided till you reach the upper fold on the hilltop of glory. You all know that the meaning of the text has not been even half brought out by these three thoughts. For to shepherdize, to pasteurize, to exercise the pastoral office is a very great and important work. The work of a true shepherd is not restricted to guiding, supplying, and protecting the sheep. There are 1,000 other things that he has to do. I think I have heard that there is no animal, except a man, that has so many forms of sickness as a sheep has. It may be afflicted in any part of its body, from its feet up to its head. There is not a single portion of a sheep but seems to be subject either to internal or to external ailments. It almost always seems to need doctoring. A shepherd requires to be to his flock all that a father is to his family, only that he has 50 families instead of one. At certain seasons he must be up all night looking after the lambs, and yet be all day watching over the sheep. Then, in addition to their sicknesses, sheep have a great number of follies. If there is a hole in the hedge, they are sure to find it out and press through it. If there is the richest clover in the field and nothing but dry sand outside, they will get through the hedge, and if but one leads the way, all the rest will follow in its folly. If one should leap over the parapet of a bridge into a river, they would all follow, even though they should all be drowned. They are prone to wander and ready for all sorts of mischief, but they never assist the shepherd in the slightest degree. In this respect, we are just like the silly sheep. Yet our good shepherd supplies all the needs, pities all the infirmities, and pardons all the wanderings of his poor wayward flock. We may indeed say that like as a shepherd pities his flock and cares for them, so our heavenly Father pities them that fear him, and lovingly tends them day and night with constant care. Just as Jacob told Laban that in the day the drought consumed him, and the frost by night, so that his sleep departed from his eyes, Christ can say that he watches over his blood-bought flock, and keeps every one of the sheep in unwearying care. Now, brethren and sisters, I feel as if I could not say any more about these privileges of the Lord's sheep, but as if I wanted to stop and sing about them. What music there is here! The Lord is my shepherd. That little word is puts the whole matter beyond all question. The Lord is my shepherd. Then I shall be safely guided right up to the hilltop of heaven. I shall always be amply provided for. My fortune is made, and I shall be no loser come what may. My bank is good, and its wealth can never be diminished. While as to all other matters, protection from my foes, or whatever else I shall need between here and heaven, all is secured to me because Jehovah is my shepherd.
Based.
2. Now, in the second place, I must speak more briefly upon the duties which are involved in this relationship. As a shepherd has duties appertaining to his office, so also have the sheep. The first duty of a sheep, that which naturally comes to a sheep, is confidence in the shepherd. When I have heard people talk of silly sheep, I have often wondered whether, if the sheep could speak, they might not talk of more silly men. For of all the foolish things that a sheep never did, surely this is one. As it was in the meadow eating the grass, it never did stop all of a sudden and say to itself, I do not know what will become of me in the winter. There will
I
be
don't know why
deep
he's
snow
not
on the
taking
ground, and I
North America. I mean, Africa.
shall not be able to get at the grass. I cannot really see how I shall be provided for. I never heard, even in a fable, of a sheep's woolly head being disturbed in that fashion. It has a shepherd to provide for it, and it relies upon him to provide for all its needs. Yet you and I, dear friends, sometimes do this silly thing, which a sheep would not do. We say, we cannot imagine what we shall do if we are ever in such and such circumstances. We probably shall never be in such circumstances, yet we keep on supposing what we shall do if that is our lot. Some persons have a little factory in their house for making trouble. When God does not send them any, they make some for themselves. And I have heard that homemade troubles are just like homemade clothes. They never fit properly, and they always last longer than any others. The trouble that I make for myself is sure to be a far greater trouble than any that God... You know how the brave... You smiled at what I said just now, but it is a fact that many Christians who might be happy and who ought to sing all day long...
Why did he give up? Weird. Huh.
begin forestalling tomorrow's sorrow. And as God will not give them tomorrow's strength until tomorrow comes, they find their imaginary burden too heavy for their back to bear. You know how the brave little band of warriors fought at Thermopylae. Bravery alone would have been of small service to them. So they took their stand in a narrow pass where their foes could only advance one at a time. And consequently, Leonidas and his brave followers, though very weary, could hold the pass against the Persian host. Now, beloved, you are at the narrow pass of today. Therefore, meet your troubles one by one, and as they come, God's grace will make you more than equal to them, and enable you to overcome them. But when you get into the broad field of months and years and begin to think of a month's troubles and a year's trials, you will fear that you will never be able to conquer them. Get into your proper place and stand there like a sentinel who is willing, if necessary, to die at his post.
Ooh.
Our first duty, then, as the Lord's sheep, is confidence in our shepherd. And next, we must love our shepherd. Dr. Thompson, in his admirable work, The Land and the Book, tells us that in the East, there often springs up an intimate affection between the shepherd and his sheep. There are some sheep which will keep at a distance from the shepherd. If he sits down at one end of a field, they are pretty sure to be at the other end. But there are others which keep closer to him. And there are some which are so fond of the shepherd that you never see him without also seeing them close by his side. If he stops, they stop. If he moves, they move. They love the pasture, but they love the shepherd better still. Dr. Thompson tells us that these sheep are generally the fattest of the flock because the shepherd is sure to give them the best of the food. They love him, and he loves them. He loves all the sheep, but he loves these with a very special kind of love. And beloved, if we loved Christ more, we would have more true happiness, more real spiritual enjoyment. I'm afraid that some of us who do love our Lord are like Peter when he followed Christ afar off. We should be far happier if we could take John's position and lean our heads upon Christ's bosom. There is an election inside the election of grace. You know that Christ had many disciples, but that out of them he chose 12 to be his apostles. Out of those 12 apostles, he chose 3 favorites, Peter, James, and John. And out of that select band of 3, he chose one who was called that disciple whom Jesus loved. They were all the sheep of the Good Shepherd. And all of us who believe in Jesus are God's children. But there are some who seem to be more dutiful and more obedient children than others are, and who walk in closer communion with their Lord. And these have the best of the Christian life and the highest degree of spiritual enjoyment. I hope that you and I, who call Christ our shepherd, do love him much and feel that the love of Christ constraineth us to yield to him our heart's deepest affection. Another duty of the sheep is that of following the shepherd. It is a fractious, wandering, troublesome sheep that is always wanting to have its own way and to go where it pleases. It is true that the shepherd still loves the wandering sheep, and that he seeks it until he finds it. But there is another thing that he does, which the parables do not tell us, and that is, he punishes the wandering sheep. When the shepherd finds his wandering sheep, he rejoices over it. But he takes care that the sheep shall not rejoice, and he makes it sorrow for having wandered from him.
That was a good game. Let's see what... Master. Oh, light was the master, yeah. Blue. I forget what happened to blue. Oh yeah, blue got attacked by green, and I killed them. Oh, my back. My neck, my back, and my crack.
We are told by those who have watched Syrian sheep that they are often lame. A shepherd who was asked by a gentleman what made a certain sheep lame replied, "I lamed that sheep. I did it on purpose." "Why did you do that?" asked the gentleman. And the shepherd answered, "It was always wandering, and I could not afford the time to go after it. So I lamed it, and it cannot wander away now." Sometimes, when the sheep have been wandering, they get such a stroke from the shepherd's crook that you would think it would break their backs. Certainly, this is what you and I will get if we are Christ's sheep and yet persist in wandering. Like the Eastern shepherd does, he will lame us because he will not lose us. He will even beat us because he loves us. Whether obedient children will escape the rod or not, it is certain that those who are disobedient shall be made to smart for it as surely as their Father loves them. There is one other thing that ought to be true of me if the Lord is my shepherd, and that is, I ought to recognize his rights over me and his property in me. The Eastern shepherd is usually the owner of his sheep. He may sell it, or kill it, or do what he likes with it, and no one can dispute his right to do so. And a genuine Christian feels that Christ has an absolute right in him. Whether he is to live or to die, to sorrow or to rejoice, should be no matter of choice to a Christian. He should feel that whatever is his master's will is also his will. The seal of an American missionary society is an ox standing between an altar and a plow with the motto, "Ready for either." Ready to work in God's field, yoked to the plow, or ready to fall beneath God's sacrificial axe and to smoke upon God's altar. Ready with Paul to be offered up when the time of our departure is at hand. We have not a true idea of the rights of God over us, or even of our own condition before him, unless we feel that we are the sheep of his pasture, and that he may do with us exactly as he wills. 3. Now I want, just for a few minutes, to speak upon the third point, which is this. The text suggests a great many inquiries. We must not flippantly talk as if all the promises in Scripture belonged to all of us. For my dear friend, it may be that the Lord is not your shepherd. And if that is the case, the sheep's portion is not yours. We ought to be very careful not to put God's promises into the hands of those to whom they do not belong. The other day I saw a little tract bearing this title, "It is certain that God loves you." And I burned it, for I was afraid that somebody who had no right to it might see it and believe that it was true. I do not believe that God loves every individual who might pick that tract up in the sense in which such an individual would understand the expression. I know that God loves, in a certain sense, all the creatures that he has made, but such love as that gives me no comfort so long as I am an unreconciled sinner under condemnation because I have...
You know what that reminds me of? What was that Super Bowl ad? The He Gets a Super Bowl ad. That reminds me, what he was just saying right there reminds me of that He Gets a Super Bowl ad. That ad was so cringy. I mean, I'm fine with all the racial stuff and everything, but it was like the Planned Parenthood one really just like, I was like, what? Yeah, let's watch that. Is there just the ad? No, not just the ad. I just want the ad, not anything else. Is this just the ad? Yeah. Yeah, see, like this, This is fine. I'm fine. That's fine. I don't really care about that one. That one's fine too.
Don't ask me
This one's a little weird.
what you know is true.
This one's fine
Don't have
too.
to
I'm fine. Like this one though. Like is that a woman who got an abortion? I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like no. It's almost like excusing that she got an abortion and saying that you can. You know what I'm saying? Instead.
I love your precious heart. I was standing.
I didn't really get that one. What's that one? Alright, let's make. There we go.
You were there.
Is that supposed to be like a Muslim?
And they could never.
It's just kind of cringe. It's very cringe. And then the gay guy, like obviously he's a fucking fag.
We can live for 1,000 years.
And we're back with March Sadness. And the team is looking down the barrel of a 4:55 meeting.
They're gassed, Jill.
There we go.
Can they turn it around and make this?
So Rolling Stone.
Yeah. That just reminded
Not
me of
believed
that.
in
And it's
God.
like, yeah, God loves all of us, but it is not. It doesn't just mean that you can do whatever you want, which is what that Super Bowl ad makes it seem like, you know?
God's
And that's
dear
kind of what
son.
he's saying here, too.
I dare not say to every one of you, the Lord is your shepherd, for I do not think that all of you are his sheep. I cannot help fearing that there are some here who have no part nor lot in this matter, for they are still in the gall of bitterness and in the bonds of iniquity. I am going to put a few questions to you, or to point out some of the characteristics of one who can say, the Lord is my shepherd. If I am the Lord's sheep, I shall have something of the sheep's disposition. I shall perceive that his spirit has wrought in me at any rate some divine gentleness. I know some professors who seem to me to be more like wolves than sheep. They snap their jaws like wolves do, and their very speech seems to be like a wolf's howl. They dislike this and they hate that, and they cannot endure the other. In fact, nothing pleases them. A sheep has its likes and its dislikes, but it does not snarl and snap and howl and growl. It is the wolf that does that, but the sheep is of a gentler disposition. A man who cannot bear an insult is surely not a Christian. A man who always revenges an injury done to him is surely not a Christian. That is, one who is like Christ, who, when he was reviled, reviled not again. When he suffered, he threatened not. He could truly say, I gave my back to the smiters, and my cheeks to them that plucked off the hair. I hid not my face from shame and spitting. The giving up of what is our right, the giving up of what we may fairly claim as our own, is the very mark of Christ's sheep. Again, sheep are known by being gregarious in their habits. They always like to be in flocks. and we know that we have passed from death unto life because we love the brethren. Many a time have I blessed the Holy Spirit for having inspired John to write that verse, and it is quite possible that some of you, dear friends, when you could not find any other evidence of grace, have been glad of such a mouse hole as this into which your poor, tried, timid soul might creep and hide. We know that we have passed from death unto life because we love the brethren. A genuine love to the true children of God is a sure sign that we are Christ's sheep, just as the fact that the sheep flock together helps to prove that they are sheep. May we have more of this love to all our brethren and sisters in Christ, not merely a love to some saints because they happen to be our own relations, or because they belong to our denomination, or because they agree precisely with us in sentiments, but a love to all the saints as saints for Christ's sake. Aye, a love even to the bad-tempered ones, the irritating ones, the unsaint-like saints. It is very hard work to love some of these saints. I have often said that I know some good people with whom I would sooner live in heaven forever than live for half an hour on earth, for they always seem to look at things at so curious an angle that I cannot possibly agree with them. Yet I must love them for Christ's sake, for if I do not love them, I must question whether I really am myself one of Christ's sheep. Another evidence of being a sheep is that they are very particular in their feeding.
He didn't take
a wolf can eat what the
Australia.
sheep would
Very
not
weird.
touch, for the sheep must have nothing but that which is sweet and clean to feed upon. We have heard of some professors who can enjoy very questionable food. Mr. Rowland Hill had a man in his church who used to go to theaters, and when Mr. Hill questioned him as to how he could make a Christian profession and yet frequent such places, he said, "Well, you see, Mr. Hill, I do not often go there. I only go occasionally, just for a treat." "Ah," said the good minister, "then you are worse than I thought you were." And then he used this illustration. Suppose somebody should spread a report that Mr. Hill was accustomed to eat carrion. Well, it would be a horrible story, but I suppose I should say, "Oh no, I do not eat carrion every day as a common article of diet. I only have a little now and then for a treat." People would say, and say truly, "What a filthy taste he must have. What a horrible appetite to call that a treat, which is so foul." So, my friend, when you say that you do not go into evil company except sometimes for a treat, that proves which way the wind blows in your soul, and proves the direction in which your heart is set. It proves that you really love sin, or you would not roll it as a choice morsel under your
Only do it as a
tongue. Oh, that God would teach us by his grace to estimate the true value of our actions, not by their outward appearance, but by the desire of our heart that prompts us to them. For if we are kept back from sin merely by motives of respectability, or because our fellows are looking upon us, we are as guilty before God as if we had actually committed the sin, because our heart still goes after its filthy idols. We may also judge whether we are Christ's sheep by one or two texts which Christ himself has given us. I quoted to you just now our Lord's own words, "My sheep hear my voice." Did you ever hear Christ's voice? I did not ask whether you ever heard your minister's voice, but whether you ever heard Christ's voice. Did he himself ever speak to you so that you recognized that it was Christ's voice that you heard? Besides that hearing of their Savior's voice, Christ's sheep have a wonderful discriminating power by which they recognize him. I heard a gentleman who had traveled in the East say that he thought the sheep must know their shepherd because of the clothes which he wore, so he put on a shepherd's garments, and went up to some sheep, and not one of the sheep mistook him for the shepherd. Then he called one of the sheep by its proper name, but it took no notice of him. And that reminded him of our Savior's declaration, "A stranger they will not follow, but will flee from him, for they know not the voice of strangers." The sheep have such a keen ear that they can detect the tones of their own shepherd's voice and can distinguish it from all others. So it is with Christ's sheep. They are not deceived by the voice of strangers, though others are deceived. I venture to prophesy that within 10 years from this date, the whole of this country will be permeated by popery. The advance that Romanism has made during the last 10 years is so terrible that if it continues to increase at only half that rate, my prophecy will prove to be a true one. The very name of Protestantism will die out unless God sends us a revival of evangelical religion. For the fashion of the age is so set towards that which is gaudy and sensuous and sensational, and the whole trend of ecclesiasticism is so directly towards ceremonialism that if we who love the old faith do not bestir ourselves, we and our fellow countrymen will plunge into the Stygian bog of popish superstition. Some of you will hardly believe what I am saying, but if you will only turn your mind's eye in the direction to which I am pointing, you will see that the advance of Romanism and ritualism in this land is quite extraordinary. The only people who will not be swept away by this tidal wave of ceremonialism are those who have heard the voice of Christ, and so have the first mark of his sheep. If you have ever been justified by faith in Jesus, you will not be cajoled by a so-called priest. If you have ever spiritually eaten the flesh of Christ, you will never degrade your Christian manhood by munching the man-made wafer god. If you have ever really known Jesus Christ as your Savior, what will you care for the so-called sacrifice of the Mass? You will know that it is only a satanic invention to delude souls. If you have ever been regenerated by the Holy Ghost, the fiction of baptismal regeneration will be an abomination to you. If you have ever been vitally united to Christ, the living vine, all the false and foolish talk about being saved by the power of sacramental efficacy will be as a stench in your nostrils which you cannot endure. So I come back to the question I asked just now. Have you heard the voice of Christ? Do you know the meaning of the whispering of his Spirit? Have you passed from death unto life? Have you been transformed from a wolf into a sheep? Have you been translated out of the kingdom of darkness into the kingdom of God's dear Son? If so, relying upon the Lord Jesus Christ, whose precious blood has redeemed every one of his chosen flock, you can say, "The Lord is my shepherd." But if not, and you continue to follow your own devices, they will lead you to destruction. God grant that this may not be the lot of any one of us, but may we all come with childlike confidence and put our trust in Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the one and only Savior of sinners, and then shall each one of us be able to say, with David, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." May God bless each one of you for Jesus Christ's sake. Amen.
Come on, take it.
Do you believe the Bible? And I mean, really believe it. Here in Israel, we are living in the reality of God's promises. History is full.
That was the way he said Israel was funny. All right, let's go home. Subscriptions. He didn't take it yet? The fuck? We're leaving the United States. Bro, he has the most, like... like, Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't see that you guys were in the chat. I'm doing good. Whoa. Oh, let's watch this video. Oh, no.
Oh. Yeah. With the backing of whom?
How are you doing?
With the backing of CIA, of course. The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand. We should thank God they didn't let you in. Although, it is a serious organization. I understand.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday,
I'm pretty good.
I believe,
What about you?
that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort, or U.S. soldiers, citizens,
That's good.
wind up fighting there.
What are you up to today?
Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for? Thousands of miles away from your national territory.
I'm from Montana. What about you?
Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt. More than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine? Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia? Make an agreement, already understanding the situation that is
Taking a break from what project?
developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end?
John Doyle in. Heck off, commie.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off.
This is a weird game. Oh, I asked what are you asking me about when you said come again? You do professional artwork and streaming? That's awesome. What type of streams do you usually do?
Kami, welcome to Big Announcement Week. As you know, Tucker Carlson was just in Moscow to interview Russian President Vladimir Putin. It's the first interview I think that Putin's done since the start of the Russia-Ukraine conflict 2 years ago. And already following the interview, which was over 2 hours long, it got hundreds of millions of views. Western media is assuring that still there's no possibility for peace talks with Russia. Joe Biden's White House is tweeting out more of these.
Make logos and overlays. Oh, that's dope.
Vague platitudes about why it's important still to keep funding Ukraine. And there were, of course, calls from the EU to sanction Tucker Carlson. So broadly speaking, people were not happy about this interview. And then it happened. And then more people on our side were trying to find reasons to be unhappy about it. And that's always going to happen. You know, with any piece of content that blows up, especially.
Hell yeah.
Actually one that's important for us, people are going to have to find something wrong with it because a lot of people don't.
All right, now it's the move. There we go.
Actually care. They don't actually have beliefs. They just want to be the contrarian. Like, that's the extent of their involvement. You're gonna.
Yeah, sure. Sure, I wouldn't mind seeing some. Let me share some work with you. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
To meet people like that in life, but criticism just to criticize without substance, it's almost always vanity. Like, it doesn't have to be elaborate. It doesn't have to be substantive. It's just about posturing is having this heightened perception of the situation. I'm the one who really.
All right. Do you have Instagram?
Understands what's going on, and this actually sucked. It was actually pretty good. So we're going to go through 5 of the biggest takeaways from this interview, which nobody else, by the way, understood. I was the only one who understood this. So
yeah, I do. It's the same username.
By extension, you will understand this. But if you want to know really some of the background of this whole issue, you can go back and watch the video that we did 2 years ago when we were the only people who understood it then. A lot of very important material, which is aged very well. And I'll just say, I'm happy. In the years since it's been posted, more people have started to see things our way. That's good news. By the way, last thing, I'll say this before we jump in. You have to be able to consume a piece of media without spurging out in either direction.
You can add me on there. he got rid of my alliance.
You can understand Russia's position. You can respect Vladimir Putin. Doesn't mean you should start unironically buying into like the based Putin memes. Yo, based Putin, like it's funny.
Yeah.
It's closer to being true than it is not true. But you have to understand, Putin, as he even alludes to in this interview, he doesn't view himself as being at the helm of some ideological conflict against the liberal West, as the avatar of some trad world order. He doesn't even think he needs to go that far. He basically understands that his job is just to run the country and deal with the nagging and the aggravation from Western countries, like as a part of that job description. But he presents as very reasonable, and it's hard to take issue with a lot of what he says, but there is a faction of people on the right who want to meme him into being this based figure who's going to come save us. And I guess people have grouped me into that to an extent as well because of what I've said about Russia in the past, all of which I stand by. So let me just clarify. I fully understand that the right is so desperate for heroes that it's going to quickly and immediately latch on to anybody that says anything even remotely in contrast to what we're used to dealing with here in
do
America
it later,
every day,
all right?
especially someone as powerful as Vladimir Putin. It does not mean that they're our guy necessarily, much less that they're going to be of any help to us. So if you want to spend your energy on that, that's your prerogative. Go for it. Certainly there are things that we can learn from Putin, as there are with any serious world leader, but don't.
For right now, I am. Yeah. Yeah, I'm playing Risk. Kind of sucks the position that I'm in right now.
Don't let that evolve into something delusional. Like when I came out 2 years ago with my dissertation on the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which was at a time when it wasn't popular to question U.S. involvement in the war and question support for Ukraine, let alone to say that Russia's actions were actually understandable and maybe even justified, though thankfully over the years the mainstream position has largely come around to those conclusions, even if the swamp elders are still going to keep funneling money into this conflict. But I said, Putin's not really a problem for us. Our problems are right here. And if our empire seeks to impose evil and absurdity onto the rest of the world, maybe it's beneficial for us in the long run for the world order to become multipolar, for our influence to diminish, for pressure to be put onto our systems, our elites to be replaced, and for us to actually have, once again, a vehicle to advance the interests of the American people as opposed to whatever this is. Also, Putin makes everybody who's running stuff cry. And yeah, I derive a... sense of joy from that. So fine, no problem. I'll make some memes about Putin.
real.
But then I've got people yelling at me, well, look at the rates of drug use and abortion and STIs. A lot of that can be explained by the fact that Russia was a collapsed empire. When that happens, when your empire collapses, you're going to see a lot of whiplash, self-destruction throughout your population. But as Russia's sort of gotten back on its feet, a lot of that has decreased. But what I'm concerned about with Russia is they don't force what's evil and backwards upon their people like the West does. There's not this top-down effort from the Russian government to do that like there is here. Russia was enacting laws 10 years ago to ban LGBT propaganda from being shown to minors, which of course America
Good. How about you,
called
David?
Russia evil and authoritarian and oppressive. That was over 10 years ago. That was before we decided over here that there's actually a constitutional right to marry a dude back in 2015. Look at how everything has accelerated since then. So clearly, Russia is aware of which way the wind is blowing and how these things tend to spread if they're not contained. And all of this is just to say that you don't have to buy into the Putin is Hitler sentiment. And you don't have to even buy into the watered down version of it, which is still popular on the right for some reason. Putin's this evil authoritarian dictator. You also, though, don't have to lionize him. You can just recognize him and respect him as an intelligent, competent, serious leader. But he's not your dad. He doesn't care about you.
So far, so good. What are you doing today?
Don't get your hopes up. He's not coming to save us. We're like orphans on the right. You know, are you my dad? Are you going to save me, Mr. Putin? Can I come home with you? It's not going to happen. But once it was announced that Tucker was in Moscow, people started freaking out about the potential for this interview. They were calling on the EU to sanction him. People were calling for him to be arrested and charged with treason. And the reason they were so worried about this interview taking place, as I saw on Twitter before it aired, it's not so much because they were worried about narrative control. That's what people were saying. That was the common line. Oh, they're losing the narrative. No, they're not. No, they're going to hold on to that one just fine, at least for the time being. And Putin says as much later on, that it's impossible to win a propaganda war with the United States because they control the globalized media, largely to the benefit of their financial institutions.
Every day except for on Sunday, because that's the Sabbath. So I stream every single day.
But the reason that people were freaking out and panicking about this interview is because it was going to show Americans for the first time what a statesman is. And the American political class cannot have that because they demand to be taken seriously because all they have is perceived legitimacy. In reality, they're nothing more than theater kids. They're just LARPing their little West Wing fantasy, their little Veep fantasy. They're not real elites, and so they require to be taken seriously. Whereas Putin does the interview, he doesn't care if he's taken seriously or not. He knows he's that guy. He's got the power. Whereas American political figures, they're not, because they know that they hold power illegitimately. And this is why I always give the example of the power behind my good friend Alex Stein playfully sexually harassing AOC on the steps of the United States Capitol. She got so mad at that because it's to say, look, I know you've got your little congresswoman out.
Yeah, no, I'm a master in it. I usually stream, it kind of depends on if I'm working or not, but usually in between, 3 o'clock to about, 10 o'clock probably. And that's mountain time.
Outfit. I know you've got your little takes and your little binders and it's all color coordinated, but to me, you're always just going to be...
I almost made it to a grandmaster. I was literally one game from winning, and then I'd be a grandmaster, and then I went on a giant losing spree. And I went down to 10 p.m. 3 p.m. to 10 p.m. usually. Mountain time.
Big booty Latina. It melts away the self-perception of the girl boss, of the theater kid. Whereas if you call her an idiot socialist, you're a communist. That's something you say to an actual political figure that you view as a threat. So they actually like that because they don't care about anything other than that fake status, appearing elites, playing the role of a political actor because it's all insecure. They know it's illegitimate. So it's not about narrative control or whatever. It's about the American political class being absolutely embarrassed by a Slavic autist going on with no notes for 2 hours about 9th century.
By the way, are you pretty good? You're pretty good. Thank you, man. I kind of am. I just
Russian
haven't really
history, citing
gotten to
obscure
it.
economic statistics from all these different countries, name dropping diplomats and minor European politicians who've been dead for like 50 years. Yeah, the guy's just on a totally different level. And that's what they can't stand because they need to be taken seriously above all else, which is why they put you in jail for shitposting, why they pretend to be the expert consensus on everything. Why they always defer to their fake credentials. They have to force you to take them seriously because no one would ever do so naturally because they're this like ridiculous assembly of people. I mean, look at how they send their top guy, Joe Biden, out there after this interview to try to beat the retard allegations. Like, he's going on about how he remembers his son every day. He invokes a rosary that his son gave him, but then he can't remember the name and he just says, Our Lady of... and he just kind of stops. It's painful to watch. And
Yeah,
it's
it's
very
same
funny,
as
too,
my,
how the serious person responds to this, like the smart thing to say when you have
it's
a
the
senile
same.
president is we need presidential age limits because for whatever reason democracies can't be trusted to simply not elect a literal vegetable because you're not going to beat the U.S. in a propaganda war, right? Speaking of propaganda, this kind of relates. Please give me 30 seconds to remind you that crime and violence are problems that have been solved by us before. They figured it out. Telling how crazy things might get. Don't wait. Prepare with iTarget. They think they're General Sherman. They hate you. You need to be prepared. Go to the website. That's the letter iTargetPro.com. Offer code Doyle20. Very epic. We continue onto our list. The biggest takeaways, the biggest moments, whatever, from the interview. What you need to know. Number one, very important. Vladimir Putin has autism. This was a very important lesson for the right about history. So this was released at like
Vladimir
6 p.m. Eastern
Putin
time.
has
Started
autism.
watching it a little bit afterwards. It starts with Tucker asking Putin the big question. Why did he choose to launch this military
Yeah, maybe.
operation 2 years ago? Vladimir Putin tells Tucker he's going to take 30 seconds, maybe a minute, to explain the history behind the conflict.
Yeah, no, this was definitely him just kind of being a dick. I mean, not really being a dick, but it was definitely him, like, flexing his, and trying to show strength when he said that it was going to be, like, a minute of him explaining the history, and then he went on for, like, 45 minutes.
Before answering that question,
It was just
Tucker
him
says,
big
"Please, yeah,
dicking
proceed."
Tucker.
So Putin starts reciting 9th century Russian history. This goes on for several minutes before Tucker interrupts. He's asking him what this has to do with the question. Putin says he's going to get there, so he keeps going. And I tweeted out when I saw this, like, oh, dude, poor Tucker. He knows that Americans have been made literally too retarded to listen to a well-thought-out historical justification for a military operation, so he feels compelled to,
I mean, the historical reasoning for it isn't actually what it is. The reason why why they're going to war in Ukraine is because they Okay, I'll look at that after I'm done streaming today, okay?
hurry it along to disarm any potential backlash. Like, he's letting him own the interview. So Putin keeps going on. Tucker has this twinkle in his eye. And so I said something like, he seems to be genuinely endeared by listening to an intelligent leader. Like, you can just see this on his face. He's really enjoying it. And I was wondering, like, if he's got these visions of other American politicians he's spoken to playing in his...
What?
Why do you push this stuff up so far over here?
Because I was doing stuff over there.
You told me not to put it so far over there.
No, it's because you had it piled up on it.
But it keeps going, and this goes on for like 40 minutes of just history. So I'd recommend watching this at some point if you haven't already. It's not the most entertaining thing in the world. If you're looking for entertainment, the highlights to me were when Tucker Carlson, like a true frat boy, called Russian President Vladimir Putin clearly bitter. And then when Putin also implied that Adolf Hitler did not actually die in Berlin in 1945. But what happened here is that Putin...
I don't know if that was what the implication was.
Shoots right away, right off the bat. He's throwing Tucker off balance. He's wasting his time because he says, if you don't mind, I'm going to speak for 30 seconds, maybe a minute tops. And then he speaks for like 10 minutes before Tucker Carlson finally interrupts. But it just keeps going like this. And if you're Tucker, there's literally nothing you can really do in this situation. Like, you can try to interject like he did several times.
Yeah, I mean, you're in Russia, so you can't really do anything.
But Putin's going to continue to make the case that he's making because he keeps insisting that it's important to answer the question that you, Tucker Carlson, asked him initially in his house, in his country. And every time you try to take back control of the conversation, Putin takes a shot at your professionalism, at your competence, at your intelligence. He's like, don't you have a degree in history? Are we going to have a serious conversation, or is this some sort of talk show? And you can't make him angry.
This is kind of funny how we have this little trading section right here that purple and orange are out of.
Because if you blow an interview this big, which people are already talking about, people are already waiting for and expecting, how do you come back for that? It's literally over for you. You should just kill yourself. So it seems like he was totally caught off guard by it, which is interesting because I'm sure he did his homework on this beforehand, as of course he would before anything this important, but Putin has been known to do things like this. Eastern Europeans in general, they have a reputation for doing things like this. Now, at the beginning, he does mention two reasons why he did launch this military operation, being, of course, the history, but also the aggression from NATO against Russia. And he claims that this particular conflict actually started back in 2014 with the US-backed coup in Ukraine, followed by the massacres which were perpetrated by the neo-Nazi militias. But people don't know that. They don't even know like the recent history behind this conflict. And so, yeah, it seems like one day this guy woke up and decided to like freaking invade a sovereign nation because he's an evil bad guy. That's why people were watching this and they're like,
who's right? John Doyle?
I'm lost. Like, when are you going to tell us who the evil bad guy is? When do we get to know who the freaking bad guy is? Because that's how we're taught to view military conflicts in the West. You go from peace to an evil freaking bad guy trying to freaking take over the world. And obviously there's always more to it. I mean, 80% of a fight is knowing when you're in a fight. Bystanders will say, wow, we just hit that guy for no reason. No, the fight started a while ago. Maybe that was the first strike. Maybe that was the first thing you saw. But the fight's been going on for a while. So there's the historical claim to the land, but also the fact that the land has been used as a proxy for NATO aggression, which is sort of tradition. There's sort of a pattern there, because there's a history of Ukraine, which literally means borderland, the borderland between Russia and Europe, being used by the West to weaken Russia. Like he mentions the concept of Ukrainian nationalism being propagated by, I believe, German intelligence to contribute to destabilizing Russia, thereby weakening a potential adversary in World War I. So when Tucker does interrupt him for the first time after like 13 minutes, he's like, okay, so you're making a case that there's a historic claim to the land. Well, why not just take it when you become president in 24 years?
This is kind of a tricky pickle that we're in here because I don't have a bonus. Ooh, is he gonna break? Maybe, maybe not. No.
Years ago. Why wait until 2 years ago? And Putin says, well, I'm getting there. But that question is key, which we're about to answer. But Putin goes on to mention how Russia had poured significant resources into developing Ukraine. Those are then dragged away when the USSR collapses in 1991. It was all for nothing. And also how former Russian leadership believed that as the USSR had ceased to exist, that ideological lines were now dissolved, that would provide opportunity for international cooperation between Russia and the West. But that would have to mean that NATO could not advance eastward, because then things would pretty much just be the same as they were during the Cold War. And he references some politicians who had predicted this at the time, that things were going to end up happening just the way that they have if they weren't listened to. And he says that they've been...
I've got to go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I don't know. Oh, it's my turn. Uh-oh. Here we go. End attack phase. There we go. End turn. There we go.
Completely vindicated. He also mentions for the millionth time that he has no ambitions past Ukraine, which is a point that Western leaders continue to lie about to justify continuing to spend money and lives on this conflict, because it's actually about an evil bad guy taking over the world. And again, we've covered the relevant history about this conflict when it really popped off like 2 years ago, so you should go watch that video if you haven't. But the answer to Tucker's question isn't actually because of some historical claim. I'm sure Putin does feel that way.
No, it's because NATO is trying to get Ukraine to join. And that's not good for Russia.
A lot of Russians and even Ukrainians feel that way as well.
Because it's right on their border.
Was not to answer the question. That's a cultural flex. That's a power move, and it worked. But the truth is that actually, the reason doesn't have to be complicated. Like, you can literally just do whatever you want. Well, you can't invade a sovereign nation. Yeah, you can. You can do whatever you want. You think you're the first country to get invaded? Greater countries than yours have been invaded for dumber reasons throughout history. I promise you that. And history is very important to Slavs.
True.
So this presents very well to a Russian audience. Because think about it. The Russian audience doesn't want to think that this whole military operation is just because of NATO. That almost puts them on the defense, right? That's not inspiring. That's not good messaging. That's not good propaganda. They want to believe that they are fighting to fulfill their legacy and their heritage, to take back from NATO what was theirs for 1,000 years. And of course, they're aware of the threat from NATO. They're aware of the aggression. They want to defend their homeland, but it presents a stronger and a more inspiring case to frame it as this inevitable historical reunification that was merely disrupted by illegitimate Western aggression. And so Putin forces Tucker to go through this with him, and he forces us to as well. And a lot of people were really bored, which is totally understandable. I don't know why, though, people are so enthusiastic to betray their own stupidity. Like, they're just shouting from the rooftops, "This interview's boring. What is bro yapping about?" Like, yeah, you know, it's a 2-hour interview about a geopolitical issue. Like, do you need GTA driving footage juxtaposed on the screen? Why don't you go back to MSNBC, where they will explain things to you in terms of Harry Potter characters? Thanks for telling us you have high time preference. I sort of assumed when you spoke in Ebonics, but I appreciate
when you
that you
spoke in
clarified for us.
Ebonics.
Why do people post their own L's like that? Like, if you're in a sphere where ostensibly you're going to consume content that's relatively important and dense, why are you just advertising that you're on like a different frequency? Like, go watch Mr. Beast or something. But that's actually a good question. Who is this interview for? Who was this supposed to be for? Who did Vladimir Putin think he was speaking to?
It was for the Russian people, for sure. That's who it was for. It wasn't for us. It wasn't for people who actually knew about the conflict. It was for Russian people so he could show his strength to them.
That's the big question.
I mean, that's what it
which we'll be
was.
discussing in a second. But the last thing about the history is that it stood out to everybody. I mean, the big takeaway for everyone was, wow.
Because everyone who's been paying attention to this already knows the history of it.
I mean, look at this compared to what our politicians could do. Joe Biden couldn't do that. And I'm sure part of the reason for that monologue was to elicit that reaction so that Russians could laugh at Americans realizing how outclassed we are. And this is just one of those things. I mean, you can go through the interviews that Western journalists did with different authors and political figures in Serbia and Croatia during the conflicts in Yugoslavia, and they're complaining about the same thing. Like, everything has to be a history lesson. It's just like Slavic autism trolling the punctual, impatient Anglo. But generally, the reactions seem to be good. Some people were seething about people saying they enjoyed it because they didn't actually understand it. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, it's not insight, it's not commentary, it's just historical narrative. And if you don't know 1,000 years of Russian history, then there's not a lot that you're going to be able to say about it except for, okay, that was an impressive recitation. And I don't know a lot of 9th century Russian history. It's always been a blind spot of mine. But with the World War II stuff, some of it was a bit questionable. But what made it worse is that you had people who are supposed to be smart crying because Putin mentioned the importance of denazification in Ukraine. And people were like, what? Putin's just a libtard boomer? Yeah, very serious messaging. Thank you for that. People were getting mad at Putin for that segment on denazification, literally because they're low IQ. Like, you hear the word Nazi being used in conversation, and you assume it means the same thing as when Nancy Pelosi or Hassan Piper.
I did think that it was kind of stupid that he brought that up,
uses
but
that word, like you're a dog. You hear a familiar word and you're like, cringe, cringe. Like, that's the level you're on. You must be made to understand. When Putin talks about Nazis, that's not the same thing as when libtards talk about Nazis. And Americans don't seem to...
Yeah, there are actual Nazis over in Ukraine.
Understand that. Like, when people outside of the West use that word, that means something entirely different than when we use that word. Like, over there, a fascist and a Nazi is basically defined as anyone who sets themselves up to be an enemy of the Russian state. The people who killed 30 million of your people in less than a decade, they're pretty much always going to be like the permanent enemy. The enemies in the Great Patriotic War, as Putin mentions, that's how it's referred to in Russia. Those guys are going to be the enemy. That's just sort of how that works. It's not because of some secular stand-in for Satan. It's not because of freaking racism or Jews. It's because they denuded the Russian population and turned the Soviet state into a cripple. Like, even if Putin has said positive things about diversity before or whatever, the country's like 20% Muslim, what's he going to do? That's not the driving force behind hating Nazis. Moreover, when he mentions denazification in the clip that everybody's sharing around but no one seems to understand, he explicitly defines denazification as an effort to diminish an independent Ukrainian identity, being an identity that is separate from the historical case that he spends 40 minutes laying out about the territory being a part of the Russian state, especially if that independent identity is one that is established through alignment with Russia's enemy and who they fought against in the Great Patriotic War, which cost 27 million Russian lives. Like, that's why he also mentions that the origins of Ukrainian nationalism as an idea were a foreign intelligence operation intended to weaken Russia as a potential opponent before the First World War. But people hear this and assume he's just playing like a Nazi hot potato. He's just like Chuck Schumer. Has he not already demonstrated that he's above these American tactics? He views them as childish. Are you capable of inductive reasoning? Also, when he's delivering this interview, what do you want him to say? Like, he's fighting a war right now. He's sticking to his messaging. He's in propaganda mode. He's capable of far greater insight than what's displayed here, but that's not the purpose of the interview. We'll talk about that in a second, but I'd be interested to hear his like zoomed in perspective on the Second World War. Maybe someday we'll get that. And by the way, I'm not defending Putin in saying that Ukrainians were the real bad guys during the Second World War. I'm explaining the context of his position. But you also have to understand that when Ukrainians are working with the Germans in World War II, it's because they view them as a potential source for liberation from the communist oppression that they were experiencing from Moscow. So what's the answer there? I mean, like, what are they supposed to do in that situation? So still, when Putin's talking about problems with Ukrainian Nazis, what that boils down to is still just this conflict stemming from World War II. It's not like this romanticized more...
This sucks that I'm out here. I'm just kind of waiting for something to happen so I can move into to a bonus somewhere. I hate having to do this. Because I'm so far back behind now.
Moral indictment in the way that we would be used to in the West. And there were other incentives as well. I mean, Ukrainians did not exactly get along with Jews, to put it mildly, but then again, neither did the Russians. And so the biggest thing probably is that you're just going to want to fight against whoever intentionally starved your people to death in the Holodomor, which was an intentional genocide of European Christians, famine as a matter of policy by the Bolsheviks, which nobody talks about. We never learned. about that. But Putin himself doesn't seem to be a friend of the Bolsheviks at all either. I mean, he seems to actually have this very personal beef with them. He takes several shots at them throughout the interview, basically calls Lenin a retard. They, of course, hijacked a Christian Russia, murdered Tsar Nicholas II, his entire family, and then would go on to kill tens of millions of Russians. So, understandable. It's a complicated situation. Is Putin right? Is Ukraine right? Good question. I don't know. That's not true. It's beyond the scope of our discussion today. The point is he's not using like Nazi in the way that we understand it to be used in the West. So I don't know why people are crying about that, saying that he's on the level of like your typical Democrat politician or talking head. Maybe you learned about all this in school, you feel a certain way. Maybe you've read Sean McMeekin's work, you feel another way. The bottom line is that Putin's position is different.
I
and
don't know who
requires more
Sean
context.
McMeekin is. Sean McMeekin. Is that? I guess I don't know how he pronounced it.
To fully understand. Like when Putin mentions that the guy who was applauded in the Canadian Parliament was former SS, that means that that guy literally participated in events that almost destroyed the Russian state. So it's a little bit different. What are you going to do? But people have like based themselves into developing their own strain of Putler derangement syndrome. That's their history. We need to understand ours, because there are a lot of things that in our history, if they are properly understood, it would make people more comfortable with what we want our future to look like. So like with anything else, what matters is right now. All we can control is where we are right now. But, you know, we give ourselves more room to work with if we understand our history and where we came from. So the bottom line is that it's a good thing if the mainstream position following this interview...
he decided not to. That sucks.
...is that we need to know who we are, we need to understand our history if we're going to survive and have a future. Because right now we obviously don't. And I don't mean that we don't understand like the founding orders of Connecticut. We don't know enough about the Albany Congress. Rather, our history has been held hostage for like a century now. The history that we do know, or rather that we're taught, it's like this hollow, wrong, ashamed, watered-down history. And our current American historiography,
so true,
being a perpetual narrative of revolution, freedom from oppression against Britain, to West African slaves, to civil rights, to gay rights. That's bad, that's a lie, that's harmful. That is the history that justifies everything that has happened and that is going to happen. And the historiography, meaning, of course, the narrative of history, because that's always going to exist, anything that we've had or that we've offered as a counter to that, which we're now realizing has not been sufficient, it's not been strong enough, it's basically been the same thing, except about freedom by itself. Freedom's a vacuum, right? It's a transitory state. Okay, freedom to do what? Freedom. Can I do butt stuff? Look, brother, I support your rights. Okay, thanks. And then, you know, the West literally falls. With that counter, if you want to call it that, I'm not going to pretend that I don't see the appeal there, because it's obviously worked for a while. Americans really do seem to take a sense of pride in this, like, if you mess with me, I'll kill you. And then I'll light a firework and I'm going to smash a beer can on your head like Steve Austin. But obviously, you know, the country's changing. We're becoming more diverse. We have people who don't understand, resonate, relate to history no matter how we present it to them. And if they do, it's only because they view themselves to be cast into the next act of liberating the poor oppressed people from the evil white men. And so it seems to be that as we're becoming more aware that this model of our history is not working,
there we go.
Americans are feeling this sense of anxiety, but they can't express it because they don't have the tools to do so. And so we have to be prepared to give them those tools, to present them with an actual history that they're starving for of their country. So insofar as this makes the American right more focused on its own history, that's good, because it's all right there. The material's out there, and it is sobering to realize that our country is so young, but people can't even recall its history. Then you watch a guy recite more than 1,000 years of history in one monologue, and you're like, damn. I mean, how could you not be impressed by that? And people were crying online because of that reaction, you know, people being impressed by it. Well, they're just saying that, you know, they didn't really understand it. It's like, this is like one of those kids at school who, you know, they'd come up to you if you're wearing like a Nirvana t-shirt and they'd be like, hey, name 3 songs right now. What? I want to see if you really understand it the way I do, if you're just a fake fan. It's like, what are you doing right now? That's all it is. It's like complaining that people are posturing online about having an understanding of whatever Putin said. That's the gayer version of that. That's what they're doing, but gayer. It's like, I'm the one who really got it, and they don't. I'm the one who really understands it. Like, they're just pretending. It's like, yeah, do they understand the complexities of 9th century Russian history?
Yes.
Probably not. Who cares?
Perfect.
Everyone watches the interview. They enjoy it. They conclude that we need to understand our
all right,
history.
I'm moving it.
Better
Oh, man.
We've got people over there just waving their hands in the sky. Wait! Hey, over here, they don't actually understand it. Like, this guy went off for 40 minutes about the history of his country. Let him cook. You know, it may have been scripted. Who cares?
Is purple going to move in to... No. So it's me. We'll see what
cares. I don't doubt that he could present it if he had to, even if less polished, extemporaneously, assuming that wasn't already. And of course, not that everybody has to be on the level of like the head of a state, but to realize that we don't have anybody in this country who's even approximating that level, it's sobering, and it's important that we recognize that. So I don't understand this impulse. People have this impulse to always be contrarian, always want to wait to see what the majority is saying so they can say, well, actually, it's really like this. It's vanity. It's stupid. There's no coherence. There's no clarity to how they view the world. It's just like indefinite seething. And this is just how it works. Like, as things continue to decline in this country, the mainstream is going to naturally adjust and become more how we need it to be, because people's anxieties are going to give them permission to entertain ideas that otherwise they would have considered to be too taboo. And people just have to find a reason to have a problem with this. This is a good thing, but it's because that's what they've trained themselves to do, is just always be contrarian. It's like, can we just move the ball down the field? We have to just take this interview and get from it what we can. And if it made people more embarrassed because it made them cognizant of their own incomprehension of our history, that's a good thing. Well, we're sick of the past. You know, we have to look forward. We have to be forward.
Make alliance. Oh, I gave you North America. I was just wanting to take South America, so I had a...
Thinking and look at the future. I see people say this as if it's like this profound insight, like they're frustrated with how things are going, they're frustrated with the messaging, so they just vomit this out as a criticism, but then they offer no explanation as to what that would look like. It's just pontification.
I wonder what he's gonna do. Whoa! What the fuck? That guy's a dick.
What a serious person would say about politics. This is serious. You know, we have to be we have to have a vision. Guys, Coach is right. If we want to win, we have to be forward thinking. Okay, yeah, what's the idea? And it's just repackaged ideas, repackaged aesthetics, all just thrown together arbitrarily. And it's like, but maybe you like it because the shelf life is longer than whatever they're selling at Fox News. Like, that product is stale now. And it's funny because one of the biggest problems with other right-wing movements that have failed is that they just repeat the same stupid mistakes because they don't know history. Maybe they were too busy, I don't know, with philosophy or something else. So of course these people on Twitter, if they paid a little bit more attention to history, you know, they would know that. So it's just this big cycle that we're living through. It's Groundhog Day. We're living in Groundhog Day. And like we've said before, all successful political movements do three things. They describe an ideal past, they identify a present enemy, and then they illustrate a better future. So it's like, hey, we had a good thing going, right? Now it sucks, and it's their fault. But thankfully, we can make it. I was going to say we can make America great again. We can make it great again. And they just swap out the inputs. But that's what all successful political movements do. And that's literally what Make America Great Again was. That's why it was successful. And you look at who has power now and is progressive and forward-thinking and utopian and visionary as they are, they still understand that people look to the past just as much as they do the future. Look at Brandon's inaugural address. As progressive and far left as his administration is, as forward-thinking as his administration is, their slogan in 2020 was literally, "Our best days still lie ahead." And in his inauguration speech,
let's
he
see
goes
if
on
Red
and on
breaks
about all
me.
the
Ah, shit.
historical grievances that will warrant and justify the actions of his administration. 400 years of slavery, this. World War II, the real Antifa, that. Martin Luther King, this. So it's very much present, this history-seeking impulse within people. They want to mythologize themselves. They crave a mythology. And you might not like that, you might be bored of that, but it's not something that you can just abandon completely, because what people believe about the future is largely informed by the past and their perception of that. So knowing the history is important, bringing attention to it's important, and this did bring attention to a big weakness that we have on the right and as a country. Does this mean that everybody's going to go to basedbooks.store and wake up? No. But people are talking about our lack of understanding more now than before, and that's good for us, bottom line. You need to read more history. Stop reading philosophy that you don't even understand. Stop reading this like mass market, self-help garbage. Postpone all of that. Put all of that on the back burner. When your libtard aunt asks you at Thanksgiving how you can still support Donald Trump after the January 6th insurrection, you need to be able to begin your answer with the Louisiana Purchase. At least go back to mid-5th century Britain being invaded by various Anglo-Saxon tribes now establishing what we understand to be the English common law tradition. And probably even farther back, honestly. If you can't do that, everything else is deprioritized. You have to be history maxing. You need to be able to tie it all together. You need to be making people uncomfortable with your answers. You need to be inconsiderate to people's time, as if they have anything else.
You need to
more
be
rewarding
inconsiderate to
be doing
people's
than listening
time.
to you explain to them how the world works. Punish them for their arrogance. Number 2, peace in Ukraine? Real? True? Largely informed by the past and their perception of that. So knowing the history is important, bringing attention to it's important, and this did bring attention to a big weakness that we have on the right and as a country. Does this mean that everybody's going to go to basedbooks.store and wake up? No. But people are talking about our lack of understanding more now than before, and that's good for us, bottom line. You need to read more history. Stop reading philosophy that you don't even understand. Stop reading this like mass market, self-help garbage. Postpone all of that. Put all of that on the back burner. When your libtard aunt asks you at Thanksgiving how you can still support Donald Trump after the January 6th insurrection, you need to be able to begin your answer with the Louisiana Purchase. At least go back to mid-5th century Britain being invaded by various Anglo-Saxon tribes now establishing what we understand to be the English common law tradition. And probably even farther back, honestly. If you can't do that, everything else is deprioritized. You have to be history maxing. You need to be able to tie it all together. You need to be making people uncomfortable with your answers. You need to be inconsiderate to people's time, as if they have anything else more rewarding to be doing than listening to you explain to them how the world works. Punish them for their arrogance. Number 2, peace in Ukraine? Real? True? A lot of people don't know that when the Russians pulled out of Kiev, it was because the West said that they would have to do that as a precondition for peace negotiations to take place. So Putin's like, okay, fair enough. You know, how are they supposed to negotiate with a gun to their head? So they leave, and then the second they leave, the West just tears up all talks of peace. They have their media reported like, Putler retreats, defeat imminent. So the point here is that this entire war is a creation of the United States. And knowing that is the purpose of this interview. Like, everyone's trying to overcomplicate it. Everything about this interview, the format, it being granted to Tucker Carlson, the length, the information provided. Yeah, there's some meme questions. Oh, thoughts on AI? The purpose of the interview was to let the American public know that if this war is escalated further, it's not because of Russia. It's because of the American government. He's preventing the United States and NATO from basically being able to escalate the war in Eastern Europe without American citizens understanding that we're responsible. Was there any new information presented? Not really. Not if you've been following this conflict. But think about it. Who was this for? Well, who did Putin think he was talking to? Twitter. That's why it was given to Tucker Carlson. That's why he put the interview on Twitter. Because political discourse, public square, even when it leaves Twitter, it's significantly influenced by Twitter. This interview is there. It got hundreds of millions of views. It's one of the most viewed pieces of political media maybe ever, and it's covered, of course, on every other network. The clips are being played. That's why it was Tucker. You know, if he gave this interview to Fox News, Sean Hannity, it goes to the old media talking heads to cover. But beyond that, no one would really care. Tucker Carlson, though, he's one of the most popular figures on the American right, easily top 5. People cared because it was him. It flows downstream into coverage from the usual suspects from Tucker, but it would not have been this big if it weren't for Tucker. This was done to disseminate that information to people in a presentation with their favorite journalist, likely. It's done to further undermine the support for the war, because remember, the mainstream position after years shifted from defend Ukraine to, well, you know, we shouldn't be involved. But as it shifts from there to, well, actually, wait a minute, this was sort of our fault in the first place, that complicates things for the U.S. and for NATO. That puts pressure on them. Because this information, while it was viewed by the masses of people, it was filtered through Tucker Carlson on Twitter, because those are people who actually have some pull. You know this if you're involved with politics at any level. Everyone is addicted to Twitter. Every person has a Twitter addiction. And this was essentially a dossier of information presented to those people, those relatively intelligent people, tens of millions of them who are working in politics. And I heard some people say, oh, this was a missed opportunity. It would have been better if Putin had come out and said, oh, well, there are no men playing in women's sports in Russia. Why? What? So he could pander to the lowest common denominator? So he could pander to people whose involvement in politics begins and ends at the ballot box? He doesn't need sympathy from the West. He doesn't need American conservatives to call him cool and make like Trump Putin 2024 apparel. And he probably knows that would even hurt Donald Trump. He doesn't want to do that. I mean, he mentions that he had a good relationship with Donald Trump, would certainly prefer him getting back into office than, another Biden term. So there's no need to go there. His job as the head of the Russian state is made easier by putting pressure on Western political leadership to discontinue this war. And he achieves this by using one of their favorite media figures to become a medium of delivering this information about the war that they largely don't have. And they don't have it because, as he states in the interview, you're not going to win a propaganda war against the United States. And you don't necessarily even need to win the propaganda war, but maybe it's worth your time to send a submarine into their territory, which is why he took the 2 hours to do this interview with Tucker Carlson. I mean, do you think he didn't have a plan? Do you think he didn't have some sort of objective for this? Do you think he just owed Tucker Carlson a favor or something? That's why he did it? Look at Putin's demeanor. Look at the way that he plays with Tucker Carlson. The guy is totally unfazed. He doesn't give a damn about anything. He holds all the cards and he's aware of it. I mean, he provided a complete dossier of information to relatively intelligent people, tens of millions of them, plus the hundreds of millions of people throughout the world who saw this intelligence in this presentation, this collected demeanor. And I know that Western media outlets have to claim that the interview was actually a failure for Putin, and these anonymous sources are saying that even he knows it's a failure. Look, Putin doesn't care about winning some sort of ideological war against the West. He's not going to get on air and recite statistics about post-op quality of life for gender nonconforming individuals. That's not his game. And he doesn't necessarily want to give the American right their talking points on a platter, risk potentially improving our political machine, even if only marginally. Because as he says, his track record with dealing with American leadership is not good. He understands the mistakes that they've made. He understands the bed that they've made for their country. And as he gets into later, I mean, he knows that really all he has to do, in his view, is just step out of the way and let it happen. Never interrupts your enemy when they're making a mistake. Don't stop them. Don't even say anything. Just let it happen. I mean, he's got nothing to prove at this point. He almost seemed to enjoy toying with Tucker Carlson at some points. He knows he has all the power. He knows he has all the leverage. He doesn't have to appeal to Western sympathies. He doesn't have to appeal to right-wing sympathies. He's doing just fine. He's doing okay. And that's why he's totally free to just spurg out about 9th century Russian history. The guy does not give a f***. I mean, he dwells in worlds that we could never comprehend. The things that this guy knows about how the world works, how that affects our country, how that affects his country, the positions that we're all in. I mean, he probably felt the interview was cute, honestly, but why grant it? Why take the time to do that when he's running a country, when he's fighting a war? I mean, I think he knew that even if Tucker's not as traditionally sophisticated as he may expect, he understood Tucker's reputation. I think he knew it would be relatively fair. But even then, I mean, he's doing fine. He doesn't need to grant the interview. I honestly could even see it just being because he thought it would be funny to stir the pot. I mean, he looks like he's got a good sense of humor. He's clearly autistic. But overall, it did seem to be like a sincere, smart appeal to the more intelligent cells that may remain in our power structure, even a few in number, urging cooperation, making a case for some sort of mutual benefit, but most importantly, adding that pressure to U.S. leadership during an election cycle. Russia doesn't need the U.S. to do anything, in its view. In its view, our trajectory is more or less established, as he said. But it would certainly be easier for them if we stopped sending money to Ukraine and weaponizing the dollar, etc., and the war would be over in a few weeks. Putin doesn't care about appealing to the masses. He understands how the American system works. I mean, he even said as much, that you're never going to win a propaganda war against the United States. So what interest does he have trying to deliberately appeal to the citizens of our country?
Yes, this is what I want. I want you to do that.
Sort of bottom-up awakening of the people. That's in itself propaganda and not actually how change occurs. If he wanted to appeal to the masses, if he wanted to get the people on his side, he could have spoken
What's
in
going
English,
on?
But he didn't.
Have I lost connection, or is he lagging?
If anyone, he's trying to appeal to whatever remnants of common sense and intelligence are still left within our governments. That's his target audience. We might get something out of it, but it's really not for us so much. Even the level of intelligence in his speech, it's not just an insult to Tucker to go on this monologue. It's not just a power move. It's an insult and a power move against America by extension. It's anti-democratic. It's actually an insult to the American system, because we can't do that in this country, because we have to appeal to the lowest common denominator at all times. So even if we had have leaders who were capable of speaking like that. They couldn't do it. So everybody who Putin would like to know this information, if they didn't already have it, now they do. We learned about the historical case. We learned about the coup in 2014, the actions of the militias in Ukraine. We learned about the NATO expansion despite promises from the United States. We learned about Russia being falsely led on by various presidents about a possibility of joining NATO. We learned about U.S. support for Russian domestic terrorists, the Caucasus separatists. We learned about the creation of this missile defense system under the guise of mitigating Iranian aggression, in which deliberately excluded Russia even after we led them to believe that we wouldn't. We learn about more broken promises pertaining to Ukraine membership in NATO. So there's all of this pressure on Russia. And yeah, the history makes it seem justified and also diminishes the appearance of, you know, the threat to simply like a formality, like, oh yeah, you know, NATO probably shouldn't be there. I guess we'll launch this operation. But the cause of that ultimately is that pressure from the U.S., which has left Russia with little choice but to act to defend from what it reasonably believes to be a threat to its sovereignty and its national security, and to align itself then with China, because the U.S. has given it no reason, literally no reason, to believe that it has any interest in cooperation. And all of that information being delivered to people...
Was gonna get it out next turn. Was gonna get that out next turn, you dick. All right, I do have a trade. That's good.
With the election going on, hundreds of billions of dollars to Ukraine, lives, like that's a strategic move by Putin. Whatever the results may be, 2 hours of this time was decided to be a worthy investment. And this was not supposed to happen, by the way, like not just this conflict with Russia because of Ukraine that we've been involved in and financing for the last 2 years. This whole continued conflict with Russia following the Cold War, that was a choice that was made by our leadership. It would have been beneficial to the United States to integrate Russia into the European Union, NATO, given that they share a border with China. That would have put pressure on the Chinese, being that Russia's more aligned with us rather than them. But instead, we basically backed them into a corner. When the Soviet Union collapsed, we didn't even have to send NATO forces into Eastern Europe to remove Soviet forces. Like, they just went back to Russia voluntarily. And as Putin mentions in this interview, it was thought that Russia would be able to form a relationship with the West following that collapse. There was no remaining obvious clash of interests, no remaining ideological war. We're not natural enemies. So, like, what is this all for? Why not? Russia has far more in common with Europe than it does with China. But instead, the actions of the United States and NATO more or less drove Russia away and into the arms of the Chinese. And I'm not saying that we should have tried to, like, make them into this satellite state of the empire, but the moves that we did take were certainly the wrong ones. And there was clear intent to make an enemy of Russia. Why that is, Putin never really provides an answer in the interview. There's some interesting theories. Maybe we'll get into it at a later time. But the point is that this information is tough to argue with. And we've never actually really even heard an argument, just lies and propaganda. Putler was supposed to die of cancer or be assassinated by his inner circle. But instead, everything is pretty much fine. People pretty much love him. He's probably going to win this war, which he's aware of. So, number 3, propaganda. Speaking of propaganda, Tucker Carlson, he asked Vladimir Putin who he thinks blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. Putin says it's obviously America and the CIA, the organization which Tucker Carlson tried to work for. Tucker...
It definitely was. I thought that when it happened.
And Putin says he won't get into details, but it wouldn't matter if he did, because you're never going to win a propaganda war with the United States, because the United States controls global media. That is to the benefit largely of American financial interests. And then he says, don't you know that? Again, just toying with Tucker Carlson, just saying it so matter-of-factly, cutting right to the chase, saying what everybody knows is true, especially Tucker, especially Putin. And Tucker asks why NATO would do something like this, you know, if it would harm countries like Germany quite significantly. Why would Germany continue to support this? And Putin says simply that the Germany of today does not act within its national interest, but rather the collective interest of the West, which often hurts Germany directly, but a calculation is made by leadership in DC to just proceed with this anyway. And this is important because it gets people to view the United States as what it is, which is a global empire that is projecting hard and soft power all over the world, and all these other countries are aware of this, they're unfazed by it, and they have made peace with it. Like when Tucker says to Putin that he's clearly very bitter. Putin says, no, he's not bitter. We're not married. There's no emotions involved. This is just the way that things are. That's basically a way of saying, no, I don't think about things like a woman. Because in America, we have this thing called political correctness, which means you have to curate your speech to the emotion of women and effeminate men, like you're crossing this minefield at all times. In America and the West, because they're run as matriarchies, they rely very much on propaganda on emotional manipulation, cunning, deceptions. So it's no surprise that Tucker's first instinct would be that Putin's just being bitter, and then Putin would respond by basically saying that the way the West conceives of global affairs is very childlike and silly. So moving on, number 4, who's really in charge? Who's really making the decisions in the United States? Tucker asks Putin this question like 5 times. Who's actually pulling the strings? And Putin basically says, I don't know, which I'm sure is just him playing it close to the chest. He can't actually just be like, oh, funny you ask, and start naming names. But he does get into the stories of, having meetings with presidents who tell him one thing and then they go speak to advisors, they come back, they go back on their promises. Presidents, of course, being chief executives, supposedly sovereign over the bureaucracy, over the executive branch, but of course that's not actually who's in charge. And people like saying that, they like saying, oh, Biden's not actually in charge because he's old and senile, but then they'll say it's Obama or it's Kamala Harris or something. The president isn't actually in charge. The last president to really achieve sovereignty and actually have the power that he's supposed to have was probably like an FDR or a Lincoln, who I'm not fans of, but the point is that Putin is very aware that the entire U.S. government is all just theater. It's all just smoke and mirrors. And if anything, our system actually prefers having someone like Biden in office because then there's no pushback. Everything is just run by the administration. Whereas someone like Obama, they've got an ego, they've got a worldview, he's got a way that he wants things done. That's a tougher operation than having a literal vegetable in office. Because it's like we said forever, decentralized power doesn't actually eliminate or reduce power, but it does eliminate and reduce accountability and all the possibility for serious change, and that's a tough position to be in because it makes the tyranny even more vicious. And world leaders know this. World leaders understand that they have to play the game. It's Kamala Harris or something. The president isn't actually in charge. The last president to really achieve sovereignty and actually have the power that he's supposed to have was probably like an FDR or a Lincoln, who I'm not fans of, but the point is that Putin is very aware that the entire U.S. government is all just theater. It's all just smoke and mirrors. And if anything, our system actually prefers having someone like Biden in office because then there's no pushback. Everything is just run by the administration. Whereas someone like Obama, they've got an ego, they've got a worldview, he's got a way that he wants things done. That's a tougher operation than having a literal vegetable in office. Because it's like we said forever, decentralized power doesn't actually eliminate or reduce power, but it does eliminate and reduce accountability and all the possibility for serious change, and that's a tough position to be in because it makes the tyranny even more vicious. And world leaders know this. World leaders understand that they have to play the game, go along with the show. They're very aware, though, that when they're dealing with our elected officials and even our presidents, they're basically just dealing with ambassadors. Finally, number 5, the future of U.S. hegemony. When we think of America, we tend to take our status as the apex for granted. I think it's a given. Maybe under Brandon, we're a low number 1. Maybe under Trump, we're a higher number 1, but we're still number 1. That's not a terrible way of viewing things, actually, but there is a serious discussion that we need to have about how our foreign policy has basically been forcing these other countries, top 5 economies, to coalesce in a way that's going to affect the global order going forward. Now, John Doyle is not really concerned about this for reasons that we've discussed, but I can understand how the average American would be concerned with that.
Oh, what?
Maybe even the average GOP voter. And again,
not what I expected.
Putin's priority is Russia. He's made it clear several times that he's tried to be friends with Europe. They didn't reciprocate. They even did the opposite. Okay, fine. He's not concerned with that. He's content being forever rivals. He's confident in the Chinese economy, the Indian economy, BRICS versus G7, etc. He's not confident in the US dollar. He cites metrics that would suggest that the Chinese economy actually overtook ours a long time ago, and also that he's not threatened by, as Tucker said, trading US dominance for Chinese dominance, because he understands that China does not have and has never really had this sort of aggressive, imperially oriented foreign policy. They've shared a border for centuries. They've gotten along well enough. It's not a problem. And that's because the actions taken by the United States leadership, the pressure that they've put onto these other countries, it's caused them to lower their dollar reserves. They're maneuvering to further cooperate in trade.
Red Sox.
And generally align themselves against the West. Fewer transactions are being done with dollars. And this is not good for the United States, because if we lose the power of the dollar, we're going to lose our global power as we currently understand it. We're not run by competent people anymore. The people who run our country, they are significantly less competent than the people who built up and transformed our political system into what it is today. Those people basically handed like an AK-47 to a chimpanzee. Now the U.S. is losing leverage. It's been happening, and instead of adapting to these circumstances, it's instead trying to leverage military and economic power to get other countries to fall in line. And Tucker keeps asking him why he thinks the United States is doing this, and he keeps saying, I don't know, ask your leaders. And again, he's not here to save us. He's not here to give us our talking points, unless it's going to be talking points that make his life easier by putting pressure onto our political leadership to stop funding the other side of the war that he's fighting. He just doesn't care. Like, he's not here to say, hey guys, look at me. Look, I'm reasonable. Support Mother Russia. Haha. Soviet Russia. We ride bear. Haha. No, he's saying, like, here's what's happening. Here's what we're doing, and that's it. Like, if anything, pandering to Western audiences would have appeared desperate. Like, he presented himself, he's very confident in his positions, and if I had seen him sit down with Tucker Carlson and start talking about woke Hollywood and Bud Light, I'd have thought, like, shit, we're gonna take Moscow, aren't we? But he didn't, because he doesn't have to. He knows that he's in a good position. He says, here's what's happening, and it's because of your choices, and here's how we're responding. I mean, he knows that if things continue as they've been going, U.S.
Does
NATO
he break
like,
me?
That's going to keep decreasing, and the United States is going to be in trouble. And the Russian president
He
is
does.
presenting all of this as matter
no,
of
he
fact.
doesn't.
He's unfazed by it. He's almost disinterested, even. And our leadership.
Weird move. That move made no sense. Oh, he took all the red out so that the red couldn't break him again. But now he's going to get broken by the bot.
Hasn't cared to provide any sort of refutation to any of this beyond calling him Adolf Hitler. Is everything he said true and accurate? Not exactly. Are all of his predictions solid?
Why is he killing the bot, bro? You don't need to do that. That's just a waste of time.
No, not really. But as he says, we've got, border problems, migration problems. We're over $30 trillion in debt. Like, what
But
the hell are you
he
doing?
did kind of help me with that. There we go.
Money to Ukraine. Don't we have better things to be doing with our country? And it's true. I mean, we have to look inward. We have to put pressure onto our own political leadership, since it's their fault that things are going how they've been going. It's not Russia. It's not China. It's not Iran. It's all because of the swamp. I mean, they chose open borders literally as a matter of policy, inflation as a matter of policy. These were intentional political decisions, and we have to clean house. So I'm glad that Americans could see what a competent, serious statesman looks like. It's certainly not a bad thing. He delivered some good information. A lot of it happens to be true, and it's information that we need. It's information that we benefit from tens of millions of people being exposed to. Not just the masses, not just GOP voters. He could have gone to Fox for that, but people who are working in politics, people who are
first
online
so that I
enough
can
to be
get the
monitoring
green
Twitter.
kill.
People who are working for congressmen, people who are working for senators, writing for the biggest talking heads, etc. Like, that is not nothing. It doesn't mean it's going to be some big moment of mass realignment. Doesn't mean it's even going to be remembered as like one of the great interviews, maybe, depending on how things go from here. But it is good. It could be. And it's also good that Tucker Carlson landed this, because he's certainly not the only journalist who's been trying to interview Putin. And it's good for us that Tucker was the one who did it, because the guy's just maxing out the stats. I mean, in terms of how good he is on the issues to how popular he is, I mean, there's just no comparison. For a minute there, I was seeing some of the interviews he was doing on Twitter, and I was like, okay, I don't really know what's going on here, but I'm glad that I didn't sell. I'm glad I trusted the plan, because it's objectively good for us to have a guy like Tucker Carlson at the level that he's at, saying the things that he's saying, and now conducting interviews with the most powerful people in the world. Trump, Putin, like, who knows what's next? So even if the whole thing was just for Tucker's resume, even that's a win for us. Moreover, insofar as it has potential to move our people into better positions, make the discourse more accurate, more intelligent, put pressure on Western political leadership as they continue to work towards escalating this conflict into like some mass catastrophe. Thought we got killed after World War II. Imagine a third European war. So then it's good, just for that alone, it's good. So I'm glad it happened.
All right.
Was it perfect? No. That's what I'm here for, though. I will elevate the messaging to the standards that you deserve, okay? Big announcement this week.
Put on notice, if you fuck around with us, if you do something bad to us, we are going to do things to you that have never been done before.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. 2024 is our final battle. They stole our jobs, and they plundered our wealth.
That was decent. I mean, I should win this. I have another trade. I should have another trade. Yeah, I do. There we go. All right. Let's see if he's... There we go. Ugh. Good jump. Come on, jump. Yeah, he couldn't figure out anything to do, so he just quit. There we go. I don't think anyone was above a beginner in that. Maybe intermediate, but that one was... Oh, man. Gray was a grandmaster. He just got kind of screwed by... Red was an expert? Holy shit. How did that one not boost me up if I beat a grandmaster and a... master and an expert? That did boost me up. When it rains, it pours. I wonder when Destiny and Jordan Peterson's debate is going to come out. See if it's out. Destiny, Jordan Peterson. Oh, it is. 2 days ago. Wait. No. That was just like a photoshopped image at the beginning of that. Right there. Okay, never mind. Or maybe it was an image from when they did the debate, but it's not out yet. Okay. Well, that's too bad. I wanted to watch that. I wonder what Wranglers.
Beloved, I have a job opening that I need to fill immediately. I'm in the need of personal security, a personal security detail. As you know, I keep a harem of Polynesian virgins that I force feed a strict diet of coconut oil.
What? What the fuck?
And I do this because I harvest their hair for my hair pieces. Yes, I wear a hair piece. I started losing my hair in high school, and I've wore one ever since. Most people don't know. I mean, it looks very natural because I spare no expense. I go to great lengths to have the highest quality hair for my individual hair pieces. Don't judge me, it's my vanity. Well, this last batch, as you may have noticed, is not sitting right at all, no matter what I do. I've tried Soul Glow, I've tried Aquanet, palm oil, nothing seems to work. I've inquired, and apparently there's a rooster in the hen house. So if you have a security background and would like this position, send me an email. I will be taking applications today. Today is also my last day in America. Tomorrow, Mrs. W and the family, we're loading up on a plane and we are headed to Europe. And this is our last day to pack and get things ready. I need to choose which watch I'm going to take for the trip. You know, we have those filthy gypsies over there, so I don't want anything too flashy that they want to come and steal. So I thought we would switch over, well, I'll let you help me pick. I think the watch I've decided on is going to be, I'm going to take my Seiko Tuna. Mrs. W bought this for me for Christmas a few years ago. This is sitting on a strap code Super Engineer band. These, this is kind of a fun...
Is that what this was going to be about? Was the watch, but he, wow. Bro, he is the craziest fucking... titles to his videos sometimes.
Way to dress up a watch that you have. You can mix and match. I go back and forth between metal bracelets and NATO straps, kind of depending on what I'm doing. This is pretty flashy, pretty heavy. This is a big watch. Not the most comfortable so if I'm going to go out of town for a while, I want to be kind of travel fast and light. I usually go with a NATO strap. I'm not a big watch guy. I have, 4 or 5 watches that I rotate through, but there's a couple tools that Proho is going to want to have. If you are into watches and you like to, you want to dress something up and change it around a little bit, go to an engineer, a super engineer, an NATO strap, it's a pin tool. This is a tool that has, these are the lugs here. Some watches have drilled lugs, and you just press that in there and you can release the spring pins and easily change your straps. Now some watches don't have this drilled, and so on the other end of this, it's like a little, like a fork, snake, tongue of a fork, a snake, snake's tongue. And you just reach up underneath there and you compress those clips that way and you can change it. So these are not expensive, they're pretty affordable. You can usually get them for 10, 15 bucks on Amazon. In addition to that, for your kit, watch kit, you're gonna wanna have a set of these mini screwdrivers, because these watch straps are gonna have really small screws in them. And these will work loose, especially if you ride, or especially if you like riding motorcycles. I've noticed that really does it. The vibration tends to back those out. And so you have to have those super, super mini screwdrivers. Some of those things are really, really small. I've got a collection of NATO straps here. We'll just pull them out, all out here. We'll figure out together which one we want.
All right. I don't feel like watching this about watches. Tale of Two Leaders. Let's watch this.
Many people argue about what the most important political issue of our day is. Some say it's abortion, others say it's immigration or the national debt. But the truth is, while all those issues are very important,
Pink isn't good.
In 2024, the most important issue on the ballot is foreign policy. In 2024, we must choose a president who can lead us through the fourth American fourth turning. We may face a civil war. We may face another world war. With the wrong leadership, we may face an all-out nuclear war. We need a president who can handle these times, and no candidate can do this better than President Donald J. Trump.
9 months is a long time. You have a very good chance in that period of time of having World War III.
A nuclear war could break out. We are staring over the precipice of that nuclear brink now, more than ever before.
I'll move it out of the way in one turn. Ah, you dick.
This is bigger than Ukraine. This is a war about freedom. One we have to win.
And you take out a couple of their leaders. That's the way
In
you
their
start.
country?
You figure out where they are. Our special operations can do that. And then you take them out. That will send a message. We've got to do this immediately.
Apply those to protect our homeland, Nikki.
Israel
That is
needs
the answer.
America. America needs Israel.
Okay.
Barbarism wins here. Europe will be next. America will be next.
Iran is sucking us into a massive world war.
Here's fellow neocon Lindsey Graham just spelling it out, calling for the bombing of Iran.
I've been saying for 6 months now, hit Iran. They have oil fields out in the open. They have the Revolutionary Guard headquarters you can see from space. Blow it off the map.
Iran already has nuclear weapons.
If you want a war with us, bring it on. We'll blow you off the friggin' map.
Iran already has nuclear weapons.
What exactly would happen to the United States if we declared war on Iran and started blowing up their infrastructure?
Iran already has nuclear weapons.
Lindsey Graham has no clue what would happen. He hasn't thought it through. He's almost 70 years old and he has no children. He doesn't care.
And the Russians are dying. Well, it's the best money we've ever spent.
Wars beget more war. The bigger the conflict, the uglier and longer lasting the consequences.
Any attack on one member is an attack on all of its members.
Nuclear war in World War III could be imminent. Total destruction of the planet.
Holy shit. Our world today is a powder keg. Our fate balances on a knife's edge. In Europe, due to our involvement with NATO, we face the possibility of an all-out war with Russia, a nuclear superpower, in defense of a corrupt country that is not our ally, that has robbed the American people blind. In the Middle East, Israel is at war with Palestine, and the neocons in Congress are calling for an all-out war with Iran, another country that may now have nukes.
Iran already has nuclear weapons.
In the East, North Korea has fired missiles over Japan, and China is preparing itself for the possible invasion of Taiwan. Here at home, we face the highest levels of polarization since the Civil War, and a bifurcation of morality that has no parallel in modern times. We face an unprecedented invasion at the southern border, and a federal government who would rather go into conflict with Texas than secure the border. We face an irrational, neoliberal, interventionalist uniparty in Congress, and an incompetent man in the Oval Office as commander-in-chief. Other issues are important. Yes, I don't want to diminish that. The mass slaughter of children in the womb is the gravest moral issue of our day. And if we don't fix our immigration system soon, we will face a point of no return. But none of that matters if we're all dead. None of that matters if all our youth are sent to die in foreign lands. None of that matters if America becomes a nuclear wasteland. The doomsday clock, popularized during the Cold War, is closer now than it has ever been to striking midnight, meaning apocalypse. We are closer now to nuclear war than at any point during the Cold War. In November of 2022, a missile landed in Poland, a close NATO ally. President Zelensky of Ukraine immediately accused Russia of sending the bomb. The implications of this meaning that all of NATO would have to respond in full military force to defend Poland, our ally, against a belligerent Russia. Neocons in our Congress cried that we must strike Russia now. But after a day's investigation, it was discovered that the bomb was not Russian, but Ukrainian. Ukraine had tried to pull us into World War III under false pretenses, and the Biden administration almost bought it. Ukraine deceived us and has still not admitted any fault, but we continue to send them billions anyway. In 2024, Joe Biden represents a continuation of the status quo, a continuation of the policies of George Bush and Barack Obama, a continuation of failed wars of U.S. hegemony, a continuation of military failure and disgrace, a continuation of our involvement in endless foreign wars. Wars to defeat Russia and defend Israel. Wars to denounce other cultures in the name of liberal democracy. Republican challenger Nikki Haley represents all the same failed policies of Biden, but dialed up to 11. She would guarantee us a third world war. Donald Trump, on the contrary, offers a vision of peace. Not the liberal hippie peace of the 1960s and 70s, but peace through strength. For 4 years, during his first administration, the United States engaged in no new military conflicts. The first president in 70 years not to draw the U.S. into new foreign wars. Instead, Trump projected strength and pushed others into submission. He spoke boldly and carried a big stick, yet worked hard not to use it. His administration efficiently ended the war with ISIS. He obliterated the terrorist organization and killed their leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, making a mockery of the terrorist death.
He died like a dog. He died like a coward. He was whimpering, screaming, and crying. And frankly, I think it's something that should be brought out so that his followers, they should see how he died. He didn't die a hero. He died a coward.
His advisors said
he died a coward.
3 years to defeat ISIS, so he found others who could get it done in a matter of months. He showed unorthodox speed and efficiency in getting the job done. This show of strength proved that the Trump administration meant business. Trump continued to show strength through meetings with Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and even Kim Jong-un, the first president in American history to step foot on North Korean soil. He brokered peace in the Middle East through the Abraham Accords, and he eased tensions with Mexico by closing our southern border. America's strength fueled global stability and confidence. Yet within months of Trump leaving office, Biden
Oh, how's it going? You're back? Nice.
destroy the confidence abroad which Trump had built. This return to normalcy, this return to globalism as usual, President Obama's administration returning with a new figurehead was accompanied by a return to incompetence. The Biden regime's withdrawal from Afghanistan marked the first foreign policy blunder of the new administration. This first domino to fall in a series of unfortunate events. After 20 years in the desert sands, Biden announced an abrupt withdrawal. We were leaving Afghanistan at last, but we left in the worst way possible. They evacuated military personnel first, leaving behind $7 billion of military
Ooh,
equipment.
I thought that he was my ally. Hopefully he doesn't come in. Oh, he's not going to. Sick. Is he just gonna break purple? Yes.
Equipment like tanks and attack helicopters, which fell into the hands of the Taliban. Within 10 days, the Taliban had acquired the equipment and reconquered the entire country. 20 years of fighting undone in 10 days. A complete international embarrassment. Seeing the incompetence of the new regime, Russia decided it was time to take action against its greatest threat, Ukraine. The possibility of Ukraine joining NATO was an imminent threat to Russia, the same as if Mexico were to join a military alliance with China. So by invading Ukraine, Russia prevented them from joining the anti-Russian NATO alliance. After Afghanistan, it was clear the American regime would not fight back. And Russia was right. All we did was fund a failing military in Ukraine. Instead of showing strength and brokering a peace deal, we spent billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars to help Ukraine send all of its men to slaughter against the Russian war machine. 2 years later, people are still under the delusion that Ukraine can win this war, while its population continues to suffer and die. Biden's second foreign policy blunder. In the rest of the Middle East, the Afghanistan debacle rang loudly, as the U.S. was no longer seen as an imminent threat. Iran reinstated its nuclear program, now no longer threatened by Trump's sanctions. Hamas felt emboldened to attack Israel, knowing U.S. retaliation was unlikely due to Biden's weak leadership. Now Houthi rebels attack U.S. ships, and Biden's leadership will lead us into another war. Another unapproved war.
I did not think that they would do that. That was so dumb of them. Did they kill me? No.
With no strategic plan. Biden speaks not like a bold leader, but like an angry tyrant. He's carried no big stick to back it up. He left our big stick on the battlefield in Afghanistan, and he depleted
Yeah,
our
I will.
military.
This person fucking sucks. Let's see what my trades are here. Shit. There you go.
Sending all of our weapon stockpiles over to Ukraine. Now our weakness has emboldened China, which could invade Taiwan at a moment's notice. After Taiwan's recent elections electing an anti-Chinese communist government, war seems increasingly more likely. Taiwan, the source of the vast majority of our microchips, the building blocks of our modern technology, has the ability to cripple the US if that microchip technology stops coming over. By controlling Taiwan and threatening a trade embargo, China would effectively control our ability to produce technology. Until a time when America can produce its own microchips again, this is one of the few allies that truly align with our own interests to protect right now. Yet we are spread so thin and have such incompetent leadership that a U.S. military operation to defend Taiwan
Dude, they
could
tried to
likely
kill
end
me.
in our defeat, the repercussions of which would be unimaginable.
Shit, they
The
do.
alliance of Russia and China is also a real threat. It is also an avoidable threat. Instead of handling that threat strategically, instead of trying to break apart an already weak alliance, an alliance only held together by anti-American sentiments, not shared common goals, Biden's regime has done everything possible to demonize both countries.
That sucks.
And push these world powers to a closer alliance that threatens America's position on the globe. An alliance that could push us closer to a nuclear war than ever before. In 2024, we need to re-elect President Donald J. Trump back to the White House. We need him to restore peace through strength. We need him to restore order to our situation abroad so that we can return our focus to solving our failing situation here at home. We need to put America first again, because it is a choice between America first and America destroyed. If you want peace, if you want prosperity, if you want a future, vote for President Donald J. Trump in November. Or don't vote at all.
Based.
Our future depends on it. America first. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you leave a like, subscribe, and share the video with a friend. And if you want to hear more about President Trump's agenda for 2024, click the video link on screen now. I'll see you in the next one. Take care, and God bless.
It's going to be only America first. America first.
Hey, cover girls, plant power It's a game changer. Introducing the ultimate plant power mascara, Cleantopia. 300% extreme lush volume. Now in dramatic ultramarine black. Cleantopia mascara, ultramarine black. From CoverGirl.
Hello and welcome to the 538 Politics Podcast. We're going to do something a little bit different today.
He sounds
which
gay.
I'm very excited about. So, while the primaries...
I don't know what touch controls mean, like, when I'm doing this. Later.
Disclaimer, this video is not an
Homosexuality is not moral, and here's why. So true.
anti-homosexuality. The video title probably doesn't mean what you think it means. I'm only making this disclaimer because I know that YouTube is just full of people who love to judge videos without actually watching them. So before you all run to the dislike bar, bear in mind that this video is a bit closer to being pro-homosexuality. It isn't really that either. It's more just like, I don't care about anybody's homosexuality, and neither should you, and so none of us should be passing judgment, okay? So please actually watch the video, thanking you kindly. Good morning, everybody. My name is Alex, and seeing as Australia is currently in the midst of a voluntary survey to find out if the public think that loving the wrong person is a crime unworthy of state recognition, I can't think of a better time to be discussing the topic I'd like to address today. I want to consider the following question. Is homosexuality moral? The answer? No. Wait, let me clarify that. When I say no, that homosexuality is not moral, I don't at all mean to say that it's immoral. Rather, what I want to imply is that the question as a whole is erroneous. As soon as this so-called debate is brought up, as soon as somebody poses the question about homosexuality in this manner of morality, they've already committed a grave fallacy. The mistake being made here is an ungrounded assumption that homosexuality as a topic, or an act, or an orientation, falls within what I call the moral sphere. That is, things that can be viewed and judged in the context of morality. Everything we ever do falls within one of two categories. It either falls within the moral sphere, or it falls within the amoral sphere, that is, not in the moral sphere. My goal here is to describe the difference between these two spheres and explain which one is home to homosexuality. My aim is to show you that no, homosexuality is not inherently moral, but it isn't immoral either. It's got absolutely nothing to do with morality, and you therefore have no right to morally judge people for it. In other words, I want to show you what...
yes, you do.
By even considering whether someone is being moral or not by simply being a homosexual is a ridiculous idea. I'm proposing a simple criteria by which you can judge whether or not an action falls within this moral sphere and can
because
be
God
judged in a
says it is.
Context. If something doesn't fall within this category, then we can't view it in terms of morality, and we can't judge people for it. Now, there are two...
And I could make other moral arguments as to why it's not moral, but that's the main one. That's the biggie right there.
In order to say that something does fall within the moral sphere. The first of these is that there must be a conscious agent committing the action, and the second is that the action must have some effect on human well-being. Now, as a quick aside, as I'll need to mention this briefly, I've said before that I disagree with Sam Harris about morality. I don't believe that morality is objective or can be objective, because to believe this is to assume that well-being is intrinsically a good thing. However, this doesn't matter in this instance, because there is something that we can all agree on here, that our sense of morality is based upon well-being. The only difference is that I think this is a subjective assumption we make because of our evolutionary tendencies, whereas Dr. Harris thinks that morality is by definition based on well-being. I've discussed this at length before with rationality rules, a link is in the description. Still, we can see that whether we believe in God or not, and whether we believe morality is objective or not, we can all agree that morality is based upon the well-being of living creatures. Again, if you need convincing of this, watch the video in the description. Having said all this, we can now take some examples and determine whether or not they fall within the moral sphere. Now, in order to help us with this, I've drawn a very high-quality table which has 4 sections. I don't know how well you can see this, but I've split it between conscious acts, unconscious acts, things that affect well-being, and things that don't affect well-being. As you can see, an action has to be both conscious and affect well-being to fall within the moral sphere, and I'll explain why. And I'm sorry that I have to spell this out, but there is a reason for it, so just bear with me. If an action does not affect well-being, then as we've already determined that morality is based upon well-being, it doesn't fall within the moral sphere and can't be judged accordingly. For example, if I decide to lift my hand, that's a conscious act, but it doesn't have any effect on well-being and therefore doesn't fall within the moral sphere. You can't judge me for doing it. Likewise, if I were to roll over in my sleep, that's an unconscious act, but it also doesn't have any effect on well-being, and so I definitely can't be morally judged for it. So now we can consider acts that do affect well-being. So take the following example. If I were to sleepwalk one night and knock over a glass of water in the kitchen before returning to bed and do so completely unconsciously, and the next day somebody slipped on the water and died,
What a dick.
I've committed an act that affects well-being. However, I wouldn't be held morally accountable because I didn't consciously do it. And you can see that that means it doesn't fall within the moral sphere. On the other hand, if I intentionally trip someone up, causing them injury, then I've done something that definitely affects well-being, and I've done so consciously. That means it falls within the moral sphere. Ding, 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 I can be held morally accountable. So an act must be conscious, not by chance, not by accident, and must affect well-being, be it a positive or a negative effect, to be considered either moral or immoral. If these conditions are not met, the action is amoral and no rational person can judge a person for committing it. To do so is to fly in the face of rationality. It would be like holding a volcano morally accountable for erupting. So now we can apply all of this to homosexuality. Firstly, does homosexuality affect well-being? Well, of course, we can talk all day about the benefits and detriments of gay parentage or the inclusion of homosexuality in sexual education, but these are separate issues from simply being a homosexual, and gay marriage for that matter too. Both of these things do not affect anybody else and therefore do not fall within the moral sphere. So in theory, we could conclude here. But for the benefit of those still unconvinced, let's check homosexuality against our other moral criteria. So secondly, is homosexuality a conscious choice? Now, there is a debate about this. It's a fatuous debate, however, and we can largely dismiss it. The problem with the debate is that it's usually framed in the following way. Either homosexuality is natural and determined by birth, or it's instilled in a person by their environment and upbringing. But think about it for a moment and you'll
yeah, but it's still a choice no matter what.
You'll realize that even if being gay is determined by upbringing and environmental factors, it's still not a choice.
Yes, it is.
Did you choose
You
your
can
music
choose. You can choose to have sex with someone. I mean, just because you have a interest in a person like that doesn't mean that you should act upon it. There's people who naturally, who are like psychopaths who want to kill people. Doesn't mean that they fucking want to. Doesn't mean that it's right to kill people.
Here's a trait that certainly doesn't come from your genes, but rather from your environment and your upbringing. Still, it's not a choice. And if something is not a choice, then you cannot be held morally accountable for it. But don't take my word for it. Take Immanuel Kant. You may have heard of his ethical idea, ought implies can. What he means by this is that to suggest that somebody ought to do something or be a certain way, there must necessarily be a possibility that they can do so. If they can't, that is, if it's impossible to do something, then you can't say that they ought to do it. That would be like saying to a person of color that they ought to be white, and furthermore, like telling a gay person that they ought to be straight. It just doesn't make logical sense. But here's the key point, and this is what explains my statement at the beginning of the video. Having proved that homosexuality does not fall within the moral sphere, there's another claim that we cannot make. We can't say that homosexuality is moral. We can't say that it's a good thing. We can't say that it's beneficial for the exact same reasons that we can't say that it's immoral or detrimental. All we can say is that it's amoral. Morality doesn't even come into it. Homosexuality has nothing to do with right and wrong, and is simply an innocent sexual orientation that nobody decides upon. As soon as you start trying to make a link between homosexuality and morality,
those who do. You don't think that they have any feelings for,
you've already lost the debate. So the next time that somebody tries to argue
like,
to you that homosexuality
gay
is
feelings?
immoral, don't engage them by
I'm
claiming
confused.
that it's the opposite. Instead, explain to them that they're thinking about it in the wrong way and need to reframe the entire discussion. You could even show them this video, I promise, I really wouldn't mind. If somebody asks you about the morality of homosexuality, respond to them as if they've just asked about the morality of skin color. Say they were to ask you, but do you really think it's moral to be black? This is a palpable...
Those are two different things. One is an action and one is just your... One is just your, like, what you were born as.
Stupid question. Of course it's not moral to be black. It's not immoral to be black. It's something that's out of your control and has absolutely nothing to do with morality. And so is homosexuality. And that means that you have no right to morally judge somebody for their sexual orientation any more than you have the right to judge them for their color of their skin or the shape of their ears. So no, homosexuality is not moral, but it's not immoral either. And you should still vote yes to marriage equality, and you should still celebrate the invaluable freedom that it represents. I've been Alex O'Connor, or Cosmic Skeptic. You can find me on social media here. I want to thank you very much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.
No, Idiocracy is not a documentary. I haven't seen this movie in forever. Falling Down.
A little can go a long way. Your donation, no matter how big or small, goes far and wide to help.
On a sweltering summer morning in downtown Los Angeles, William Foster sits in traffic, slowly losing his mind. To all appearances, he's a totally average working schlub, just making his way to the job surrounded by the chaos and noise of the city and a million other people all trying to do exactly the same thing. It's claustrophobic, it's oppressive.
Eat shit.
The frustration and senselessness of the situation slowly reaches a crescendo in Bill's head until, finally overwhelmed, he abandons his car. One of the drivers behind him starts shrieking at him, but Bill barely seems to hear him. "I'm going home," he shouts over his shoulder. If only it were so simple. So begins Bill Foster's working day odyssey to return to his family and to his home, the story of which is told in the 1993 Joel Schumacher film, Falling Down. On his way home, Bill will encounter all of the trivial faults of American life. Bad manners, shitty fast food, deceptive advertising, but also other problems that are not so trivial. And slowly, by degrees, Bill will begin to end his cooperation and toleration of all these minor torments. But as he starts pushing back, his rebellion becomes darker, more dangerous, ending finally with a standoff with the police and the iconic lines, "Really? I'm the bad guy? How'd that happen?" How indeed. On its surface, Falling Down isn't a very complicated movie. Bill Foster is a man who's down on his luck, maybe terminally, and one day he reaches his limit and decides he's not going to stand for it anymore. But by the end of the film, he's on the wrong side of the moral line, not to mention the law, and he pays the price. The message was clear. Modern life ain't perfect, but that doesn't give you the right to lose your mind and start blowing up stuff. Simple, right? But there's always something about the final scene when Bill is being confronted by Detective Prendergast. Oh my god, this could be the long one. Detective P, and some of the dialogue they exchanged that left me with a bad taste in my mouth. It seemed to go beyond the simple message. It seemed to suggest something that was even darker than Bill's transformation. What I was sensing each time I watched this flick was that there was something moving beneath the surface. that there was a deeper level of analysis that was left largely ignored by everyone, and beneath the surface of that analysis there was something that I didn't like. For years it's bothered me, but I've never actually sat down and tried to unpack why. Until recently. And what I've realized is that while most people look at Falling Down as a fairly simple movie exploring the plights of the little guy, the truth is a little more sinister. But to explain why, we're gonna have to get deep into the weeds. If that's not your thing, no problem. Consider this your warning. But if you're still interested, I'm gonna show you why Falling Down isn't the movie that you think it is. After abandoning his car, William stops to make a phone call. But when the woman that we assume is his wife answers, he doesn't say anything.
Man, I just have been like not feeling good lately for some reason.
This video is brought to you by Audible. Visit audible.com/SarahZ or text SarahZ to 500-500 to get 1 month of Audible for free. In 2006, Mike Judge released a film by the name of Idiocracy. Taking place in a dystopian future hundreds of years after our own, the film centered itself around the premise that humanity was moved.
When you shop Amazon.com, there's a good chance you're buying from an independent seller like Adrienne. Her business, Blue Henry, was drowning in orders. Then she got a loan from Amazon to grow her space and her staff.
What are you gonna watch now that the big game is over? How about more mind-blowing matchups, breakout blockbuster movies, and can't miss must-see shows? Maybe you should ask, what aren't you gonna watch? Paramount Plus, a mountain of entertainment.
The furry community is one of the oldest and largest subcultures to exist on the entire internet, and from an outside perspective, it's very easy to make the mistake of assuming they're a united group of people who share similar ideals and opinions. You know, the majority of furries are pretty left-wing people, they're pretty socially progressive guys, they're not trying to rile up
disgusting
anyone. They're really not right-wing. It's pretty rare to see a right-wing furry, but when you do see them, it's like...
Well, yeah, because that doesn't make any fucking sense. A right-wing furry.
Holy sh**, this guy's probably crazy, because it's not like normal right...
I think every furry is probably crazy.
Wing. It's not even like kind of far right, it's like out there. And as with any community online, infighting and drama is a common occurrence in the fandom, with some committing actions so severe that they become infamous across the internet as a whole. Over the past decade, political discourse, more specifically discourse centered around American politics, has infiltrated every corner of the World Wide Web ever since, like the Trump election and Gamergate. Everything online is apparently political now. And so it should come as no surprise that arguments regarding the subject also happen with furries. While the vast majority of furries enjoy a non-political existence, free from political controversy at least, there are instances that have occurred where the political divide between the fandom's members have clashed and it's become a forefront of discussion and debate. So today we'll be discussing one of the most infamous instances of this occurring and how these differences caused a domino effect that resulted in the collapse of an entire convention, revealing the dark past of multiple community members, and once again putting furries in the crosshairs of the mainstream media for all the wrong reasons. But before we delve into the major players in this story and the eventual fallout, we have to go back to the beginning. In the early 2000s, as furries began to slowly grow in number, a small group of individuals located in the Denver, Colorado area decided they would create a convention in order to accommodate the growing furry population in the state. This new convention, dubbed Rocky Mountain FurCon, was organized by a group known as the Mid-America Anthropomorphics and Arts Corporation and was first scheduled to take place in 2006, but was subsequently moved to 2007 due to potential scheduling conflicts with AnthroCon, which is another furry convention that announced similar attendance dates that you guys are probably familiar with. The first convention was initially chaired by an individual known as Kahuki Leiru, but he would step down the following year, with another individual named Soren Cat taking over. Look, I know my name is Turkey Tom, but like, these furry names are a little out of control. Like, can't you just be like Blue Dog or some shit? Do you have to be whatever this is? I mean, Blue Fall, for all their faults, like memorable, easy to pronounce name for Westerners. What the f is Kahuki Leiru? What's going on, big guy? From the very beginning, Rocky Mountain FurCon was plagued with issues. The first convention failed to garner enough people to fulfill the block requirements set by the hotel, meaning that year's convention operated at a significant financial loss. However, while the event was almost canceled altogether, furries rallied and began donating money to save it, and Rocky Mountain FurCon was set to continue the following year. From then on, things went relatively smoothly, with RMFC slowly gaining traction over the years and becoming a relatively successful but niche event. While far from being as popular as some of its contemporaries, the space still served as a place for furry enthusiasts in the Colorado area to gather, eventually reaching attendance of over 1,500 people at its peak. For almost a decade, the convention would avoid major controversy, but little did they know that the storm was brewing that would utterly destroy not only the convention itself, but bring to light some of the fandom's most deranged members, with the entire ordeal originating with the creation of an infamous furry group known as the Furry Raiders. At the same time that the Rocky Mountain FurCon was finding its footing, another group of furries was beginning to take shape. In the late 2000s, a Second Life group was founded and spearheaded by an individual named Lee Allen Miller, who went by the username StarFoxAceFox. Over time, the group would grow in size and begin to attract more and more furries. Notably, in 2016, Foxler bought out 100 seats in a theater for the movie Zootopia and handed out tickets for free, which led to the group garnering even more
that's
support.
weird.
If you look at the mission statement on their website, it reads, "We are committed to upholding the values of free expression within the furry community by providing an open and welcoming organization free of exclusion and prejudice based on race, sex, creed, gender, identity, sexual orientation, or political affiliation." From an outside perspective, this seems like a stereotypical group of furries who are only interested in having a good time.
Is he gonna
so
kill
why
him?
then is such a seemingly innocuous group so controversial to the point that people call them Nazis every time they're brought up in conversation? Well, to understand that, you gotta look further into their logo. On its own, it's fairly innocuous, simply being a paw print on a white circular background. However, the logo is often paired with an armband that's worn by many members of the furry community, particularly the Raiders group. While the armbands now come in different colors, the first and most common of them is red, with art created for the group also depicting the logo on a red background. Many believe this is a deliberate attempt to mirror the armbands worn by Wehrmacht soldiers, as well as the, the N-word flag. Not that N-word, the other N-word. As the group began to grow, so too did the criticism, with most of the controversy surrounding their leader, StarFoxAceFox, who also goes by the name of Foxler Nightfire. Foxler is possibly one of the most controversial and hated individuals in the furry fandom for a number of reasons. As he became more notable, many individuals started to dig deeper into his past, and they began to uncover extremely alarming posts that set off multiple red flags. To start with, archives of a live journal made by Foxler from 2005 tell the story of an online romantic relationship he had with a 13-year-old girl, while admitting in the same paragraph that he was also 18 years of age. Yikes, Scoob! I'm 18 years old. Now, Hannah and all her friends knew I was 18, and they didn't mind at all, so well, bro, took it to her mother that got mad and talked with Hannah, so that sucked. After waiting for 4 hours, she came back all upset, crying a bit about how she doesn't want to lose me, and her mother put this Yahoo thing on her computer to make sure she wasn't talking to me, so I helped her get it off, and she said before I did, "I love talking to you. I never want to go because you were the sweetest guy ever." And I was almost in shock hearing this from her. Her friend said the same thing when I was talking to her, and they both like me, but when she said that and put a heart next to it, I knew she wanted more. I'm like, I got my sweetie Chantel here, and Hannah, only 13,
Wait, what the fuck
cries.
is this?
So this guy is like,
What was that? I wasn't paying attention.
Multiple red flags. To start with, archives of a live journal.
What a dick. Oh man, my eye. All right.
Made by Foxler from 2005, tell the story of an online romantic relationship he had with a 13-year-old girl while admitting in the same paragraph that he was also 18 years of age. Yikes, Scoob! I'm 18 years old. Now, Hannah and all her friends knew I was 18, and they didn't mind at all, so...
Wait, what?
You know, the N-word flag. Not that N-word, the other N-word. As the group began to grow, so too did the criticism, with most of the controversy surrounding their leader, Star Fox Ace Fox, who also goes by the name of Foxler Nightfire. Foxler is possibly one of the most controversial and hated individuals in the furry fandom for a number of reasons. As he became more notable, many individuals started to dig deeper into his past, and they began to uncover extremely alarming posts that set off multiple red flags. To start with, archives of a live journal made by Foxler from 2005 tell the story of an online romantic relationship he had with a 13-year-old girl while admitting in the same paragraph that he was also 18 years of age. Yikes, Scoob! I'm 18 years old. Now, Hannah and all her friends knew I was 18,
13-year-old girl?
at all,
Okay.
So well, bro, took it to her mother that got mad and talked with Hannah, so that sucked. After waiting for 4 hours, she came back all upset, crying a bit about how she doesn't want to lose me, and her mother put this Yahoo thing on her computer to make sure she wasn't talking to me. So I helped her get it off, and she said before I did, I love talking to you. I never want to go because you are the sweetest guy ever. And I was almost in shock hearing this from her. Her friend said the same thing when I was talking to her, and they both like me, but when she said that and put a heart next to it, I knew she wanted more. I'm like, shit, I got my sweetie Chantel here, and Hannah, only 13, cries. So this guy is like, he's kind of a fucking weirdo, right? I think that's obvious here, right? Member of the LCP fandom, shout out. In addition to this, users uncovered archives of a Beast Forum profile with the same username as him, which strangely enough managed to get him banned from the site. For those of you who are unaware and haven't been delving in like the worst, most disgusting aspects of the furry community, Beast Forum was a website dedicated to the discussion and promotion of bestiality, as the name implies. This, combined with various odd social media posts where he talks about trapping
I don't
children.
get what he said. What he said was unfortunate. What he's complaining about. Oh, because he's not gonna get. Bro, why don't you just take North America now? Does he want both?
And commenting on his female dog not being able to feel pleasure after getting spayed has resulted in many individuals online characterizing him as a degenerate freak, and rightfully so, because he is one. It should be noted that Foxler has denied these accusations over the years, but this has done very little to quell the criticism against him. And despite the severity of these claims, most people within the furry fandom are aware of his existence, not because of his Beast Forum stuff, because that's like a lot of furries, unfortunately, but instead due to his alleged ties to Nazism. One of the most obvious indicators of this is his name. Many believe it to be a combination of the words Fox and Hitler. Foxler, when confronted with this, would later claim that to be false, stating it was actually a combination of the word Fox and his last name, Miller. In addition to this was, of course, the iconography that was mentioned before, and in response to that, Miller said he was completely unfamiliar with N-word symbolism when he chose the logo for the Furry Raiders, and it was impossible for him to be a true N-word due to him being half Thai. If you guys know anything about the alt-right, a lot of them are not white, so it doesn't really matter. That doesn't really mean anything. And over time, multiple other separate instances have led to a significant portion of the furry
So, then they're not?
fandom, labeling him as far-right. Foxler has been incredibly forthright about his dislike for SJWs, based, and left-wing individuals in general, getting into countless arguments with people on Twitter about the issue. This, in and of itself, isn't really unusual, and it's not a sign of him
What is he
being
doing?
or even really right-wing in any way. However, there are multiple instances where he expresses familiarity with the online right that put some of these political posts in a different light. Let's go through a brief rundown of some of his most infamous escapades, and you guys can decide for yourself. And before I get into this, I just want to say, I don't really care if he's far right or not. I don't really care if he's right wing. You guys know I have right wing friends. I don't really give a shit. I just think it's interesting that there's somebody in the furry fandom, which is like ostensibly a pretty like left wing, progressive, accepting movement, that is also like.
You don't have to be at a point in your life where you feel like you're hanging on by a thread to go and speak with a therapist. As a licensed therapist, I often
like somehow a far right dude. Like that's a pretty interesting kind of, you know, dichotomy we've got going here. Kind of a juxtaposition, kind of a silly one at that. In 2012, he made a forum post where he can be seen self-identifying as a furzy, or I mean, you guys can kind of guess what that means, I think. Later on in 2014, he would make a comment on a YouTube video of a Hitler speech where he explicitly stated that he stood with Hitler and the German people, and there's also a screenshot of another YouTube comment where he said he hated black people and supported the KKK. And
what the fuck?
That surfaced on Twitter, with his defense being that he was tired and not in the right state of mind at the time. When you're so tired that you become racist, I understand. In 2016, he was ejected from a furry-oriented club due to his refusal to stop wearing his paw print armband, and he had a physical confrontation with another patron as a result of an image of him doing a Sieg Heil while in his fursuit, and that appeared online, further damaging his reputation.
What the
obviously.
fuck, bro? That is so weird.
Furries are like generally pretty like even among like online communities are pretty left wing. So obviously they're not gonna be cool with that. Even joking about stuff like that, they're totally against it. He also made this rather infamous tweet directed towards Richard Spencer, which many interpreted as an implicit endorsement of his ideals due to him asking for Spencer's approval. In another instance, he would call himself the Hitler of the furry fandom, a quote that many of his detractors have used to their advantage because why wouldn't they? In addition, in a video he posted on his YouTube channel, he admits to trying to join a neo-Nazi group in order to properly understand what the ideology was all about, though he admitted he was rejected due to his mixed heritage and because of the fact he was a furry.
And I decided to actually get involved with some neo-Nazi groups to see how they were like. You know, you can't judge people right away. You
can't judge people right away.
Bro,
go in there and so weird.
Dirty. Well, your paw's dirty. Whoops. And, you know, I signed up for the little form online, paid my $25 membership, and they wanted me to show that I was faithful to Nazism. So I made some comments on YouTube to show this loyalty based under what people express. And I got into it. They asked me a few questions. The first one was, are you white? I'm not white. I'm a mutt, if anybody doesn't know that. I'm part Thai, part German. After that occurred, they also asked me a few other questions, like what this whole furry thing was about.
What this whole furry thing was about.
And I said,
I mean, that is a pretty good question. I would ask the same thing.
I said to him, I dress up as an animal. And
why?
you know,
what is he so weird? What?
Anthropomorphics hot. And then they were like, get the fuck out.
Guys, the furries are not welcome to the clan meetup.
As they should, honestly.
Let it be known. They're not letting them in, okay? The clan is keeping them out. They know what's up.
Fine. Whatever. I'll go do my thing. And you go do your thing.
All of these incidents, along with quite a few others, resulted in Foxler being a pretty controversial figure within the furry space. By extension, this made every other member of the group controversial just by association. Screenshots of members in their Telegram chat posting imagery incorporating their logo also made the rounds online, and that resulted in many within the furry community rejecting and ostracizing the furry raiders under the presumption that all of the members held far-right beliefs. This definitely wasn't helped by the fact that others who associated with the group started to garner their own infamy as well. As an example, a furry known as Diesel Raccoon, who is a known associate of the furry raiders, came under fire for making controversial statements on Twitter. In 2015, he made this tweet where he talks about feeling nervous at Walmart at night while surrounded by black people, and in the reply he stated it was just another reason to carry a gun. Later on, he would also come under fire after a friend of his replied in a tweet referencing the then recent march on Capitol Hill, saying, "A coup was attempted to overthrow the government and install a dictator as the leader of this country." Diesel ended up replying, "I like you deeply as a friend, and I'm going to choose to not even respond to you. Inflates you, making you big and round." Oh my god. Inflates you, making you big and round. Dude, furries are so crazy, man. These guys are awesome. A screenshot of this exchange would go viral on Twitter soon after, because why wouldn't it? Interestingly, years later, Diesel would denounce the furry raiders due to alleged zoophilia and clarified that he didn't support the January 6th attack on the Capitol, though it should be noted he was still associated with the furry raiders at the start of their largest controversies. Now, incidents like this would really paint the furry raiders.
Do you promise to follow Christ?
Does he move that 30 up to right there? No. He wants both. He's...
I do. Hello?
In a negative light, and resulted in them being labeled a far-right group by their critics and kind of pushed out by the furry community. And when the furry community isn't even willing to accept you, there might be something wrong with you. There might be something going on, right? I think we can agree with that. It should be noted that the furry raiders themselves have contested this numerous times, and as mentioned before, still to this day they insist they're a group founded on equality and not hatred or bigotry. These rebuttals fell on deaf ears, however, as the raiders would soon enter into a larger controversy that would result in their niche group becoming one of the most infamous sects in the furry community. At this point, they were already hated. They would become absolutely fucking despised very soon. In 2016, as the Rocky Mountain FurCon geared up for its next big event, the organization began to look at booking hotel rooms to accommodate attendees. The furry raiders took notice, and they decided to pull together their money to book 25% of the rooms available at the hotel before room blocks were even officially open to the public. This was supposedly done in order to allow easier access to the convention by their members to secure, like, they'd have a spot at the convention, basically. Now, this move initially angered and upset a lot of furries, as they saw it as sort of a power grab and an attempt by the furry raiders to block out members who were critical of them from attending the convention. This sentiment was also seemingly shared by the RMFC organizers, who contacted the raiders directly and attempted to convince them to release their hold on said rooms. After allegedly failing to comply, a convention organizer would make a post on social media addressing the situation, where he stated, "Despite direct communications with them, the Denver-based group known as the Furry Raiders declined to drop their reservations at the Crown Plaza. We have exhausted all of the means that we have to officially try to get them to release the rooms, but we're sorry to say that neither the convention nor the hotel currently have policies in place to prevent this behavior, though we strongly disapprove of it." This led to a big wave of backlash towards the Raiders, who seemed to be unwilling to budge from their position. However, on April 14th, 2016, it was publicly announced that they had agreed to relinquish the 25% of the rooms after discussing the issue with RMFC staff, so the convention itself released a correction soon after, basically thanking them. In that statement, we inferred that the Furry Raiders had refused to release the rooms in the room block. This statement was not entirely accurate. At the time, the Furry Raiders had stated that the rooms in the block had been given to members and friends, and from that, we infer they were refusing to release any of the rooms they had reserved. Since this statement, the Furry Raiders have begun to cancel some of the unused rooms in their reservation, and have stated that they will continue to do so for unused rooms. RMFC would like to apologize to the Furry Raiders for any confusion or antagonism this statement may have caused. After that incident, many furries within the furry community came out in support of the Raiders. You know, they were like, hey, maybe these guys aren't so bad, you know, they're a little bit racist, but, you know, they're good guys, all right, leave Jimmy alone.
He sounded like Leafy right there.
The most notable of these individuals was a man who went by the name 2, who you most likely actually know as the Ranting Griffin. 2 is a self-described...
No, I don't know him by that name.
Furry comedian who had in the past performed at some of the largest furry conventions and was well known within the fandom. He himself had been the subject of controversy over time due to his vocal opposition to the social justice movement, and because of some jokes he had previously made in rant videos he posted on his YouTube channel, which probably made it easier for him to empathize with the plight of the Furry Raiders, because he's a controversial guy, they're controversial, he's anti-PC, they're anti-PC, so they're like, okay, we're kind of the same guy, right? Let's join forces a little bit. Just as a little side note, 2 is an individual whose history is extensive and worthy of its own video, honestly, but he's most notable in this instance for his commentary on topics relating to the Furry Raiders, and therefore his other unrelated controversies won't be put into focus here, but I might do a video in the future about him because he's an interesting dude. Now, he would release a rant on April 17th, 2016 titled Bird Box Number 1 Furry Raiders, where he discussed the entire incident and summarized some of the available information about the controversy, with his conclusion being that furries within the community were overreacting to the situation. There were those in the community who started to become suspicious about the association between the Raiders and the RMFC staff. Many believe that because the convention refused to ban the Raiders from the event as a whole, that they were actually sympathetic to the Raiders and therefore their ideas and whatever they may believe. This, of course, was only speculation, as with many of their controversies. It was just kind of like, they have the wrong vibe, you know. So the incident would soon be forgotten about as people began to move on with their lives. The event would still be remembered by far-left individuals within the community who refused to let the controversy go and maintained a level of disgust and hatred for the group as a whole, and that would come to a head the following year. In early 2017, a leftist furry made a tweet saying, "Oh yeah, Furry Raiders are a bunch of N-word MFs too." Reminder.
It's funny because I hear him say N-word and then I'm like,
etc. To which another left-wing furry named Dio Taz Devil replied, "Can't wait to punch these Nazis. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be doing a lot of punching. Furries are known for being tough and strong and good at fighting. Another user named Olivia jumped in and stated, "Watching you get shot by someone defending themselves from unprovoked assault will be far more entertaining." At this point, another user jumped into the conversation, asking whether the person who had initially replied intended on bringing a gun to the convention, to which they would respond by stating, "Sure hope you're not planning on attacking innocent folks. I fully support legal concealed carry," to which Dio, the individual who had said they wanted to punch Nazis, asked, "Are you threatening to bring a gun to RMFC?" And that's where the conversation ended. Now, I'd like to take a moment here to clarify some things about the Dogwatch Press. While they do present themselves as a news outlet of sorts, the actual writing staff consists of only two people, Pacho Fur and Pup Matthias, and many of the articles covering this situation are written by Pacho Fur. This means that many of the articles on the website are biased and slanted in a left-wing direction. This doesn't necessarily delegitimize some of the points and opinions asserted in these articles, but from an outsider's perspective, they should be viewed as more think pieces giving one single perspective about the incident, as opposed to like de facto unbiased views of events than one would normally expect from a traditional news site, because these are really like editorials. It's really an opinion piece. It's more of a blog. It's not really like furry news, because these people have a vested interest in one side of politics, right? So you can't completely take them at their word. Well, things took a pretty unexpected turn when Dio Taz Devil received a cease and desist letter from someone identifying themselves as Kahuki. The contents of this legal notice were, to put it mildly, pretty perplexing and seemed to lack coherent legal grounding or understanding. It was signed with the name Kendall Emery, which led to a shocking revelation that Kendall was listed in a sex offender registry, charged with a felony for criminal contact with a minor. This shed light on his history, suggesting that he had previously held the position of chairman but had stepped down in 2008 due to the severity of the charges. Speculations arose that the furry board staff might have known about his criminal background, yet allowed him to remain active within the community. And this is actually a common problem in the furry community. There's a decent amount of incidents like this. Amidst the escalating drama, the convention's leadership declared the cancellation of RMFC, citing heightened security costs ostensibly linked to Dio's initial threat. Last month, we were faced with a sudden and drastic increase in security costs, amounting to more than a third of our entire existing operating budget. This cost increase stemmed directly from the very public threats of violence against one another by members of this community, as well as the negative backlash from the misinformation spread about the convention, its staff, and attendees. Therefore, Rocky Mountain FurCon 2017 is officially canceled. I will no longer continue to subject my staff and our community to the lies, hate, violence, and slander that was disseminated. A board member named Rodney Brian Graff, who went by the moniker Scorch, also claimed that the security fees would have amounted to a staggering $22,000. Notably, Scorch ardently defended Kendall and downplayed the severity of his conviction, wrongly asserting that it would be considered a misdemeanor today. The controversy continued when the Dogpatch Press, an online platform covering furry news, published a series of articles that accused the furry raiders of having N-word affiliations, speculating about the RMFC board's ties to the furry raiders, and revisited allegations of abuse against Kendall. These articles ignited a firestorm of reactions within the community. Predictably, opinions within the furry community became divided. The furry raiders faced significant backlash, while anti-social justice warrior furries directed their ire towards Dio. In response to the mounting pressure, Dio claimed that her initial threat was actually just a joke, and she never actually wanted to attend the convention, much less...
Does he hit me, or... Oh. Ooh, this is gonna be a good match right here. Who's up next? Red. I mean, orange. Alright, let's see what happens here. Ooh, is he gonna attack me first? Nope. Oh, because they both went out. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Do you want dinner?
What?
Do you want dinner?
Do I want dinner? Yeah. One sec. Give me a second.
See those potatoes?
All right.
Discord?
You made me lose. You made me mess up.
I didn't make you do
Yeah, you
shit.
did. You were right in my way. I have to move my hands fast.
I was barely in your way.
You fucked. Yeah, now they put right there. You ruined it.
Wow, it's
Jeez.
almost like I don't care. Do you want me to make you dinner or not?
Bring a firearm there or
Sure.
anything like
What do you
that.
want for
Amidst the
dinner?
chaos, a faction of furries.
We have chicken breast.
Yeah.
They're frozen, but I can thaw them out. We have burger. That'll thaw out fast. Yeah, do something with those two things.
Tacos?
No. What is this?
What is what?
What is a rib steak?
A rib steak? I think it's like a ribeye, kind of.
From a deer?
Yeah.
I don't think this is from deer. I think this is from a cow.
Well, then it's just like a deboned ribeye.
Do you
basically.
want this?
Sure. All right.
Sympathetic to the furry raiders, redirected blame towards Dio. They asserted that she had been responsible for contacting the hotel and Denver police, resulting in the con's cancellation. Dio refuted these claims on her Twitter account, further fueling the ongoing controversy, and it just kind of snowballed from there, right? The furries getting a convention canceled is like, you know, a concert goer getting their like one concert they go to a year canceled, or like a music festival canceled. Like, furries love these conventions. This is where they go and do drugs and party and stick it in each other's butts and meet other furries. Like, this is like the highlight of their fucking year. And so for something like this to happen is extremely upsetting to them. As the narrative expanded, scrutiny towards the Mid-America Anthropomorphic and Art Corporation, or MAAAC, also known as wait, is that mid? 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 Skibbity, you're so skibbity, you're so
What is his plans with that?
Phantom Talks? Ah! Well, anyway, the nonprofit organization responsible for organizing the con is the MAAAC, and it came to light they had failed to file tax returns from 2008 to 2015, leading to the revocation of their tax exemption status in 2011. This obviously raised questions about the organization's financial practices and transparency, and as people kept digging, a peculiar detail emerged. Kendall had signed the cease and desist with a red thumbprint, prompting speculation that he might be a sovereign citizen. Now, for those of you who are unaware, Sovereign Citizens is basically like a movement that dates back to the early 90s, in which people have convinced themselves that they are above the law and that by giving someone money, they can learn the magical words that will free them from the justice system, so they don't have to pay taxes, listen to police officers, or even go to jail. Some of my favorite videos of these guys are videos where they'll be like pulled over for speeding or something, and the cop will say, "How's it going tonight?" And they'll accuse them of, like, you know, driving too fast or whatever, because that's what they were doing. And they'll be like, "Nah, I was just traveling, bro. Nah, bro, I was just traveling in the car. I was going to this."
Sovereign Citizens based, bro.
No, like they somehow are convinced that they weren't driving, or they just refuse to say that they were driving, because instead in their mind they were traveling because they're a sovereign citizen, and the cop didn't see them moving the wheel or something, even though they were the only person in the car. So it's like, were they really driving? I think they're right, actually. Mr. Medicare has made a pretty decent series covering the ridiculous videos that have come out of this movement, and this clip pretty much exemplifies it perfectly. One of the magic words that sovereign citizens say is, "Am I being detained?" which in their mind makes them completely invulnerable against any kind of law enforcement. So when they're being arrested, they're like, "Am I being detained? Am I being detained?
Am I being detained? What's that? Am I being detained? Am I being detained? Are you educated? Am I being detained?
Am I being detained? Am I being detained? Really? Am I being detained?
The claim that Kendall was a part of this was initially dismissed as an outlandish conspiracy theory, but it gained a lot of traction when it was revealed that Scorch, the people who had downplayed Kendall's criminal charges, was definitely a sovereign citizen. Given Scorch's close association with Kendall, this theory gained a lot of credibility. Now, this isn't the end of this story, and eventually people discovered that Kahuki and Scorch hosted parties at their house where they would all watch adult videos together. In the description for the event, it stated that teenagers under the age of 18 are encouraged to come and watch with them, but it's unknown if any actually showed up. But even the intention, I'd say, is enough to call them, you know, gross. Another furry gives an anonymous retelling of what their experience with Scorch was like after moving in with him. They said, "I moved in with Scorch because I was a dumbass, mentally ill, and vulnerable person looking for answers and mad at my parents. I offered to be his housekeeper for food and board, essentially. So, like, I moved into his house and I have to agree to be re-educated. Being a dumbass stoner, vulnerable to suggestion and open to conspiracy theories at the time, I was like, I don't know, seems legit. Eventually, he starts showing me hour-long videos about how everything is a lie, how corporate shells are made in people's names, and how there's like thousands of dollars for everyone to claim. At this point, I'm kind of terrified and feel a bit stuck. I finally, at long last, swallow my damn pride and call my mom and tell her everything that was going on. She was horrified. We picked a day he would be working out, and she came in a frenzy, and we packed up all my shit before he would get back. So I guess this guy believes that like Scorch is like a crazy conspiracy theorist, sovereign citizen type guy, and he just wanted to get out of there. He felt like he was kind of in too deep at that point, you know. In the midst of all this controversy, well-known figures within the furry community, such as the Ranting Griffin and others, took to YouTube to defend the furry raiders and criticize Dio. The Ranting Griffin's defense of the furry raiders included downplaying Kendall's allegations and implying they were not as severe as initially portrayed, based on Scorch's dubious claim that the charges would only be considered a misdemeanor today, which, like, you still had unlawful contact with a minor, right? Like, that's still bad.
Hello? Nothing. What are you doing?
Hanging out with my papa right now.
What'd you say?
Hanging out with my papa.
Oh, nice. What'd you say?
I'm going to come tomorrow. morning. Okay, on my
Yeah. Oh. What am I doing? Streaming. Uh-huh.
You know a lot of people yet?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people. Made new friends yet?
Mm-hmm.
What's their name?
I don't know. Super secret.
Why is it top secret?
'Cause
I would tell you.
I'm just messing with you, Gabs.
I would tell you if I had one.
Mm-hmm.
What is my sister doing?
Making dinner, I think.
What are you guys having for dinner?
I don't know.
Dinner? Walk tomorrow?
What?
You have to walk tomorrow?
Do I have to work tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Ah.
You've been walking for a while?
Mm-hmm.
With your dad?
Yeah.
With your dad tell me? Did your dad tell you I saw
That you saw him? Yeah, I did. What is this person doing? Huh. All right.
It was funny. He had his headbuds in. He had his headbuds in.
Yeah.
And I was like, Larry, and he would not answer. I keep
Oh, yeah.
saying what every single time. What? I have 4 right here. 4?
There we go.
He was laughing when I said that to him.
Yeah. Beginner.
Maybe it's gonna be 50-50.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit. What'd you say? Alright, Gabs. I'm gonna go, okay? Alright, I'll see you later. Love ya. Bye. Oh.
The following is an explanation of why his analysis of the criminal charges is very wrong.
Dio calls him a child rapist repeatedly, but the charge is criminal sexual contact with a minor, which could mean one of 24 different f***ing things, up to and including consensual sex with someone under 18. It's a 25-year-old charge, so it happened when he was 30, even though they show him here looking like a creepy old man. That's pretty...
Wait, what happened there?
Controversy, well-known figures within the furry community, such as the Ranting Griffin, and others took to YouTube to defend the furry raiders and criticize Dio. The Ranting Griffin's defense of the furry raiders included downplaying Kendall's allegations and implying they were not as severe as initially portrayed, based on Scorch's dubious claim that the charges would only be considered a misdemeanor today, which, like, you still had unlawful contact with a minor, right? Like, that's still bad. The following is an explanation of why his analysis of the criminal charges is very wrong.
Dio calls him a child rapist repeatedly, but the charge is criminal sexual contact with a minor, which could mean one of 24 different f***ing things, up to and including consensual sex with someone under 18. It's a 25-year-old charge, so it happened when he was 30, even...
Ew, gross.
Though they show him here looking like a creepy old man. That's pretty disingenuous, I think. And I'm sure Dio is telling people that he's a child rapist because if...
I mean, 30 still is, like, way beyond the pale.
If anyone says anything in his defense, then they'll be supporting child rape, which I'm sure is exactly what's gonna happen to me now, even though if he was a child rapist, it would have been listed in his charges as sexual assault, like in this example, and not criminal contact with a minor. And in fact, people who are close to him say that there was no sexual intercourse at all.
Now, it's important to clarify that these claims are not entirely accurate. The crime that Kendall was convicted of is clearly labeled as criminal sexual contact with a minor in the state of New Mexico on his registry profile, because this guy is on the registry. He's listed there. If you look up what this actually means, it clearly states criminal contact of a minor is the unlawful and intentional touching of or applying force to the intimate parts of a minor, or the unlawful and intentional causing of a minor to touch one's intimate parts. While there have been changes to the statute over the years, every one of the changes is purely aesthetic and was done to make the legislation more concise and easier to understand. It had absolutely nothing to do with the severity of the crime. The charges for this are just as severe today as they were in 1993. While the exact specifics of the situation are unknown, the crime he was convicted of 100% involved physical contact with a minor. Now, I want to make it clear that I'm in no way attempting to imply that these individuals are supportive of this kind of behavior, as they were simply relaying information they thought was accurate, but that still doesn't mean their commentary isn't deserving of scrutiny. Like, they did get this wrong. This guy did do something really bad. The Ranting Griffin's argument is that Kendall isn't a literal child rapist because it isn't explicitly listed on his registry profile, and that's, like, obviously a very flawed argument, because if you look at the individual profile of the other man he shows in the video, you can see that his crime took place in Colorado, not New Mexico, as is listed on SA on a child F4, meaning that the crime was a class 4 felony. If you look up what this means in Colorado law, you'll see that it refers to the engagement of a child under 15. Now, this particular legal website that's dedicated to Colorado law also points out that this is the underage equivalent of Colorado's unlawful contact law, meaning that this individual committed almost the exact same crime that Kendall did. Regardless of how Kendall went about it, he still physically assaulted a minor in a way that resulted in him getting a felony, meaning the crime was severe and disgusting either way. Like, you can't downplay this. I don't know why this person is so obsessed with, like, trying to downplay what this guy did. It's obvious what he did. We know what he did. Like, just drop this guy. Why do you need to defend him anymore? He's a freak. Trying to make it an argument purely based on semantics and brushing off the severity of the allegations and essentially downplaying them is an incredibly irresponsible way to go about anything, to go about using your platform, right? If there was no conviction and it was all speculation with no definitive proof, then of course that would be different, but his criminal record does not suggest innocence. I mean, this is the fucking law. We know what he did. Now, one argument you could make is about whether or not Kendall's conviction was relevant to the collapse of RMFC, or if it was relevant in criticism of the furry raiders, but at least in my opinion, the notion that a sex offender was crucial in the founding of the convention and was at least somewhat involved with the organizers is more than enough to permanently tarnish the name of any organization, whether they were actually running the convention or not. At the end of the day, the claim from Scorch that this was just a small incident or that the crime would be considered a misdemeanor today is categorically false and potentially a malicious attempt to spread misinformation about the case to downplay it. I mean, in my opinion, that's definitely what it was. Returning from the shadows of Hyperborea, Foxler would agree to do an interview with another furry YouTuber, to which he vehemently denied the allegations levied against him, asserting that he had not engaged in the actions attributed to him. Particularly, he refuted the notion that the armband, which had been widely criticized for its resemblance, was conceived with such intentions. Foxler attributed the armband's origin to the aforementioned Second Life. According to him, this group was responsible for its inception, and any perceived resemblance to any other historical symbols was purely coincidental. Any other criticism he had received was also denied by him in any way, and he and the interviewer seemed to almost be friends with how friendly they were in the interview. It wasn't really much of a scathing thing.
Why are you taking this and saying, "Oh, I'm an actual Nazi"?
Yeah, you're an actual Nazi that you're supposed to hate gay people, you're supposed to hate black people, but yet, yeah, you're not. You don't hate black people and you don't hate gay people. So go figure.
Oh, my mate's he's black and I forget. So I mean, come on.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Now,
that's disgusting.
Soren Cat, the person serving as the head of the convention, also stepped into the spotlight. In an interview with the Dogpatch Press, he echoed a sentiment that had become a recurrent theme throughout the controversy. He cited security costs as the primary factor leading to the closure of the convention. When confronted with inquiries about the furry raiders, he expressed a deliberate effort to distance himself from the group and their members. He conveyed a desire to avoid interactions with them and suggested that their initial goals might have been corrupted by a small faction within their ranks, and the greater organization may not be that bad. He said that if their intentions were genuinely community-oriented, they would gracefully withdraw from the scene instead of making this big stink for the convention and causing all these issues, right? I really try not to think about them or interact with them or their members right now. I think that whatever it was they set out to do originally has been corrupted by a handful of bad apples, and if they really wanted to do something for the community, they would bow out gracefully. Yet, as Soren Cat attempted to detach himself from the furry raiders, the controversy's waves continued to spread. The narrative of Nazi furries was getting bigger and bigger, and it began to really take root within the mainstream media. Notably, outlets like the Rolling Stone and the Daily Beast picked up on the story, thrusting the furry community into an unexpected spotlight. The once contained controversy had now spilled into the broader public consciousness, casting the entire situation as a political struggle within the fandom. Rolling Stone, of course, interviewed Foxler and ended the article with, Miller, who remains perhaps one of the most polarizing figures of the furry community, claims that he has been trolled, slandered, and harassed and threatened over the past year. From his computer, Miller watches the online bickering, and he is filled with shame to see the MAAAC and RMFC crumble. For me, being a furry is a personal outlet to understand the real world, says Miller. Others find it fun, others find it spiritual, and others go for sexual purposes. People take on completely different characteristics, and sometimes I can't even tell who's in the suit. I'm the same person in and out of the suit. This was now a huge issue, and infighting started to become common amongst almost every furry. Within the furry community itself, discussions and debates ensued as people grappled with assigning blame for the convention's failure. The blame game started with fervent supporters of different viewpoints arguing their various cases, and the contention reached a climax as each side attempted to frame the narrative in a way that best aligned with their perspective or political beliefs. However, as with many controversies, the coping and seething eventually did begin to wane. Over time, the heated debates simmered down, and the initial anger that surrounded the RMFC controversy began to fade. Public interest dwindled, and the once all-encompassing discussions lost momentum. In the wake of this controversy, the Rocky Mountain FurCon met its complete demise. It was a conclusion that seemed inevitable, marking the end of an era. The organization responsible for its operation disbanded, leaving behind memories, controversies, and another degenerate stain on the furry fandom. This wasn't the end of the furry conventions in Denver, though. As the dust settled, a new chapter unfolded. Emerging from the ashes of their RMFC controversy, fresh opportunities arose in the form of new Denver-based FurCons. And surely, after the catastrophe that was the RMFC, after all of this after the guy being caught for being a sex offender, after Foxler getting in surely this would all die down and the furry raiders would just disband and go their separate ways, right? No more controversy. The video's not over, so by 2019 the furry raiders somehow managed to get in trouble again, but this time at a different convention. Apparently Milo Yiannopoulos attempted to troll furries by attending Midwest Fur Fest along with the Proud Boys by using the furry raiders as an end to the community. Known for his involvement in the Gamergate saga and having cultivated an audience predominantly leaning towards the right, Milo was no stranger to controversy. However, by 2019 his trajectory took a downturn. Video clips emerged that featured him suggesting that sexual relationships between adult men and boys as young as 13 could be deemed perfectly consensual. These comments led to a rapid downfall of his career, obviously. He lost his book deal, his job at Breitbart, and opportunities to speak at significant events like CPAC. Just like that, literally the biggest up-and-coming figure in the right-wing media met a swift end to his career. With his reputation tarnished and his mainstream platform dwindling, Milo wanted a way back into the spotlight. So in a slightly controversial move. Like I said, he set his sights on the furry community. He was going to attend Midwest Fur Fest, one of the largest furry conventions in the United States, using the Furry Raiders as a gateway to infiltrate. The Furry Raiders, who were already pretty controversial, gave him an entry point and also gave the Proud Boys an entry point. As he kept planning, it became evident that Milo had built connections, even to the point of being offered one of their fursuits as a means of disguise. With this plan in motion, Milo announced his intentions to his followers through a screenshot of an email on his Telegram group chat. He teased his audience with the prospect of hosting a panel titled The Politics of Fur and encouraged people attending the convention to reach out to him for various activities. Obviously, this master plan didn't remain unnoticed for too long. People started to complain online, and the Midwest Fur Fest put out a statement saying, "We received a number of mentions and support tickets today. We assure all attendees that your safety is of the utmost importance and is not being ignored. We are investigating all concerns being relayed to us." Soon after, Milo would have his ticket revoked and get banned from the event, along with the other Proud Boys that planned on attending, because obviously they were. Rolling Stone again covered this story, and in an interview, Milo said, "I've heard nothing from the organizers and have no reason to suppose a handful of well-meaning but misguided activists will be allowed to derail my attendance. The furry community is a welcoming, diverse world, and I know they will make space for a disabled, queer, Jewish immigrant with a black husband." So, yeah.
What the fuck?
Every great wizard started out as nothing more than what we are now. Students. If they can do it, why not us?
Yeah, he's playing that one. As a result of these events, the Furry Raiders once again faced backlash from the community. Their association with Milo and the controversy that surrounded his attempted infiltration of Midwest Fur Fest was just another thing added to the list of reasons why they were outcased, but it wouldn't be the worst. Around the same time, Foxler would eventually get arrested in 2019 for something he allegedly did in 2015. As the court document put it, he was enticing a minor and was subsequently booked. Big shock, right? Big shock on that one. All of this would be documented on Dogpatch, which also revealed that apparently the Furry Raiders tried to undermine the case out of loyalty to him. New court documents show how Miller's inner circle tried to undermine the case by intimidating a witness. If the plan works, the witness would be lured into a trap, framed, harassed, and extorted, and pulled out of Miller's case. Dogpatch Press would be baited into false reporting to hurt the victim. Behind the scenes, police traced a threat sent by VoIP and found it came from Furry Raiders. Police also received a forged document asking to cancel prosecution against Miller. It's a reminder of the very first Dogpatch Press headline about the group intimidation with a fake legal letter. By 2020, Foxler's arrest would get others to start investigating more into the Furry Raiders, and 2 people actually got arrested because of it. Jacob Kovar and Matthew C., who were closely associated with the group, were arrested. Jacob's involvement in this was marked by his deception of minors. He had allegedly posed as both a 14 and 16-year-old to manipulate and lure unsuspecting young individuals. After police intervention, he found himself facing no less than 8 felony charges. Kovar's role with the Furry Raiders seemed to position him as an integral part of their operation, closely linked to Foxler and seen as almost his right-hand man. You could say he was Foxler's top guy. Shortly after Kovar's arrest, Matthew C. also faced apprehension for his involvement in child-related offenses. Matthew had a pre-existing history of such offenses, revealing a disturbing pattern of behavior that raised questions about his intentions and actions within the furry community. Disturbingly, investigations into the situation revealed that Matthew was connected to an even wider network of people with similar inclinations. It was found he also had ties to people who associated with zoo sadism, which is a criminal subculture that Kiro the Wolf was a
zoo sadism? Is that like some like real
part of, as
fucking...
you guys know, that's basically just centered around the abuse and exploitation of animals for, you know, their own sick
Okay, so they actually torture animals.
urges,
okay,
basically.
that's fucked
Some
up.
other names you guys probably recognize are Tuscan, Snake Thing, who's also known as Levi Simmons, and who is a convicted pedophile. Kiro the Wolf, of course, I just mentioned. There's Kiro's zoo sadist boyfriend, and even Spark Dalmatian, who is a multiple-time World Series winning convicted PDF file. And all these people were linked through different group chats and connections, and it was just a giant mess when the zoo sadism leaks came out. If you want more information on this, I've actually done a few videos on my main channel about them. Check out the Kiro the Wolf video. Really, that's most of the information you're going to want. Or not want, because it is pretty gross. Surprisingly, the legal outcome for Foxler came quicker than expected. Somehow he managed to evade all charges due to a technicality, leaving many in the furry community outraged. Foxler's response on social media added another layer of confusion, as he insinuated that the police had granted him a lenient pass, which further infuriated people in the community because they felt like he got off. Yep, been there. I get labeled all the time for crimes I haven't committed. Even the legal system gave me pass saying I'm free to go. Still isn't good for the furry fandom. They say the state was wrong. Lol. Now, Foxler is free to this day, actually. Despite his insane history and the controversies that had plagued the furry raiders, they managed to organize and host a convention in 2021 under the banner of Free for All. This was done in collaboration with another furry named Magnus Deridian, along with a group of furries who had been canceled for various reasons. The event was posited as a gathering point for furries who had been banned from other conventions due to their actions or associations. And the idea behind this endeavor was to provide a space for those who had been ostracized, but obviously the outcome was clear to see. The reception to the event was overwhelmingly negative, as the community at large had not forgotten the serious allegations and associations that had further tarnished the public image of furries. I mean, holding a convention like this, right, to like someone who's a more normal furry or a less evil furry, right, or just like, you know, a harmless person, obviously this is going to piss them off because public media attention around this is going to paint them all like they're a bunch of sex offenders and racists, right? By September 15th, 2021, AWOO or AWOO announced that their original venue had become unavailable, attributing the change to the intolerant dark side of the anthro fandom. The threat of civil unrest due to the faction's actions was cited as the cause. Critics countered, suggesting AWOO's own staff may have contributed by engaging in online threats, including violent ones, and why am I saying AWOO? The AWOO clarified that these contentious posts were not made by their staff members, highlighting that certain individuals like KK Clyde and Kanai Lupine were actually involved. These people were involved, but it wasn't everyone. The debate unfolded in the context of discussions around Free For All 2022 in their unofficial chat and in a separate online space. Ultimately, though, they got the venue back, actually, and the fact they were even able to secure a venue, despite their checkered history, raised a lot of eyebrows and led to renewed discussions about accountability and the ethical implications of providing a platform and venue for such individuals. I mean, if we know that multiple people attending this convention are like, you know, evil people, evil freaks, obviously there's going to be concerns about what's going down there, right? And it's, once again, a bad look for the average furry who just wants to hang out and isn't really a bad person, because then that just makes them all look horrible, right? And the media loves that because they can jump on the story and report on them negatively. Now, as of me recording this video, 3 years have passed, and these conventions still have somehow become a feature of the furry landscape. Obviously, attendance is pretty low, with an estimated 50 participants at these events, and it's very telling that despite the passage of time, the majority of the furry community has consistently expressed disdain for anyone associating with or attending.
Sometimes the front lines are in our own backyard. Big Sky Country.
And then Vosh was like, but you can come onto my show. And Ethan was like, yes. And then Vosh was like, actually, no, I don't want you to come onto my show either. Stiff arms him both times? Wait, so Ethan accepted being on Vosh's show, and then Vosh said, actually, no, I rescind my original invitation? Yes. I offered him to be on our show. He said no because he will lie about me. Then I checked his Insta story, and while he was doing his innocent routine in DMs, he was calling everyone defending me a
there was a whole lot. I felt like I was being gaslit by a bunch of like, I'm losing my all goddamn weekend, and I was just thinking about this show on Monday because I had a little bit of a loss of innocence, and I mean that it sounds silly, but I'm being somewhat serious when I say that, because I did not know that there were so many people that were like CP adjacent, lollipops. I'm calling them now. Vosh and the lollipops, Vosh and the lollipop guild,
Stroking as hard and fast as we can.
And since then as well, I barely touched on it. We took a long time getting through it because we all were having fun with it. I mean, it's just outrageous, ridiculous. But I feel like as we moved on, we started to understand, like, oh, this is actually really sick. Right. When we got like a higher resolution, when we actually got to see what was in his folder. This is sick. And so, since then, there's been a ton of stuff I've seen, man, that is absolutely hair-raising. And I'll tell you this. Yeah, I didn't know there were so many people like that, because not only is Vosh, as I'll continue to show today, how do I put this?
Redacted unironically had a base tweet on this situation. He BTFO'd Lab 2. Man is so funny, but his 100K word manifesto. Oh, what was the tweet?
He seems to have a vested interest in normalizing. And people are going to say that I'm going to explain that, but I'm going to stand behind this. He seems to have a vested interest in normalizing amorous relationships between adults and children. What? And I know that's an insane claim to make, but I feel like when I'm done here, there'll be no other conclusion to draw. That's what and so not only that, which was disturbing and shocking, but the amount of people that were coming to his defense, both fans of ours and some public figures.
It's funny, I read this on the subreddit. Apparently Vosh tried to bait Ethan twice, and Ethan, or not bait him, but he was like doing brinksmanship. I keep forgetting words. I don't know why. I don't think I use it. He was trying to basically, Ethan, I think he asked Ethan if he could call in, and Ethan said yes, and then he said, well, no, I'm not gonna do it on your show. And then Vosh was like, but you can come onto my show, and Ethan was like, yes. And then Vosh was like, actually, no, I don't want you to come onto my show either.
Like
Oh, it was a
Kevin
bluff.
and Tipster
Yeah, I bluffed him twice. He called us
both
twice,
came
yeah.
out against me.
Cheers, my horse. Love ya. No pedo.
Yeah. And Tipster was lovely enough to provide us with the new rendition, which we'll watch. We have so much to watch. I'm telling you, Dan.
2024 season Tipster, dude.
Dan was like, should we talk about the Super Bowl? I says, dude, I have so much. The Super Bowl.
We got Super Bowl. We got Bevo updates. Unbelievable.
Well,
Bevo
those are all. I mean, Bevo can wait. He's gonna have. There's always something happening in Bevo's
Get the
world.
fuck out.
That is true.
The Super Bowl was cool. I mean, good. You know what I mean? They won. It was a plan. It was all.
Isn't that a distinction without a difference, though, for why Sadat was killed? Making peace made him a Western puppet. Well, I think historically Egypt had always been trying to balance the superpowers between like playing off of the Soviet and the American interests for Egypt and for influence in the Middle East. Although eventually Egypt kind of cucked out to the Soviet Union, but Egypt mega cucked out to America.
Usher slayed.
Like America basically
I was
bought
one that
Egypt
was like,
into that
I don't know
peace
why
deal.
Usher. And then he came on and I was loving it.
He's a freak. He hasn't aged. He hasn't aged.
It's bizarre.
He was great.
He was great, right?
There was a lot of Usher hate, so I was happy. I felt redeemed.
I thought the show itself was good. The
happy.
audio had some serious fucking problems.
Ooh, called out.
Zach and I were talking about it this morning. We were far from the only people who noticed it. It was getting a lot of criticism. Did you know right when he started his halftime show, his mic cut? The audio guy was slow to bring his mic up.
I'll be honest.
Like,
I
it's the cue. It's
I wasn't
fucking
paying
Super Bowl.
attention.
Yeah, we
You have one job, dude.
Too close.
I was eating ice cream or something.
What really blew me away was that performer Her when she did that
Yeah.
solo. She's a
That's not true. In 60 to 73, Egypt literally had Soviet pilots and stamp operators in the Suez. They were a puppet for them until they flipped. Yeah, but Nasser, I think originally was trying not to. I think before this, like around the Suez Crisis time, he wasn't bought by the Soviets yet. It wasn't until after the Suez Crisis where he got fucked very quickly by Israel. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
I dig her.
I didn't know her.
Dig her.
It's great. I was her.
I don't know who Her is,
I was devastated.
but
so.
we love her apparently.
We love her.
We do.
We love her.
But I don't know. Did you guys have a good time? We had a party. We dude. I
How
went.
do you feel to do canvassing with Progressive Victory this year instead of going solo? I have so much to say about this. I have a lot of stuff to talk about that we need to catch up on. I don't know if we should be watching this right now.
Crazy on the snacks yesterday.
Read
what
them
it's
Mr.
all
Earl
about.
tweet in a
Onion
second,
dip, nacho cheese dip, pizza, ice cream sandwiches, pops,
Damn, what the fuck?
ice
Did go crazy.
cream cones, cookies. It was like such a disastrous day for me.
Ian and I went a little crazy on the Jello shots. We did a little drinking game where every time they cut to Taylor Swift, we took a Jello shot.
Oh, how many did you guys end up shooting back?
We finished the whole tray.
So you lost out.
Ian, was it like 13?
Bro, I can't believe.
Ethan, listen to me. The world's gonna be coming after you.
I can't believe that Vosh
That was a good
is,
move.
is shut up. Vosh, who's been locked into a fortress for so long, finally has a chance to bridge out a little bit. Now, I admit that the maneuvering on this has to be done very carefully because you're being invited on to argue whether or not you're a pedophile, okay? But he has the opportunity to do it, and instead he stiff arms him both times. Wait, so Ethan accepted being on Vosh's show, and then Vosh said, actually, no, I rescind my original invitation? Yes. I offered him to be on our show. He said no because you will lie about me. Then he said, you can come on my show if you want to talk about it. He claims I'm only doing this for views and that our live from Friday had huge numbers. In actuality, we had a very typical amount of viewers. 3, I immediately accepted, asking him what's the difference, a question he did not answer. 4, he said he won't ever believe that I'm not knowingly lying about him and rescinded his offer. It's kind of funny. Vosh is acting in a very roundabout way, like Mr. Girl. I don't want to talk to you because I know you're lying about me. And I know that and it makes me so upset that you're lying about me that I'm never gonna have a conversation with you, and it makes me so angry that I know you're lying about me. Like, I rescinded the invitation for Ethan to talk on my stream because after doing a completely unprompted, vile, dishonest character assassination for 2 hours, he was playing dumb in DMs, saying he was surprised I thought he acted in bad faith, and wanted me on his stream to provide my opinion if he cared about my opinion. Wouldn't he have reached out before the character assassination? What? Then I checked his Insta story, and while he was doing his innocent routine in DMs, he was calling everyone defending me a pedo, photoshopping pics of me in a jacket that said pedo, shit like that. Absolutely dishonest snake, not an ounce of desire for...
I mean, he is a pedo, so... Like, someone who is attracted to minors, that's the definition of a pedo. So if he's looking at lolly porn, then he is a pedo.
For truth in that guy.
Vosh and his supporters will tell you the following thing. It's out of context. All the clips of him, it wasn't. We look at the context.
Listen, all I'm going to say about this is there are things that I could say. Why am I getting noise from somewhere? Hello? There are things that I could say, but good luck. Figure your shit out. There might be ways to defend his statements, but you know what? He can do that on his own. Good luck.
Looks like her.
Delete the
Nagatoro?
lolly,
Yeah, that's probably
Vosh!
her name.
Delete
This
the
girl looks like
lolly!
she's in middle school.
No!
I mean, I know that anime has an abstracted art.
No!
Oh.
Vosh!
Oh, God. Every time Vosh is climbing and he runs into another drama. What would you do in Vosh's shoes? What would I do? I mean, I use 2 computers, so I would never get caught with that.
That's disgusting.
I don't know, man. The problem is that,
Honestly, I think that the thing that you do is just not comment on it.
Leaking
That's what you
lolicon
do with
porn and then
everything.
being known as like the pedo defender guy.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he should just not have done it. That's
like,
real.
The political space is that's a rough one. That's a rough one. Dear Vashvi, it's tempting to lie about one's sexuality in an effort to prove a total absence of hypocrisy, even the animalistic recesses of one's brain. Isn't it? Do I care about this? This, of course, what has enraged people at my accusative review for 3 years now. If I say the girls looked hot, and yet I say this is not a moral stance, I will pull everyone's skirt up to reveal that none of us gets to choose what turns us on.
Is this consideration?
I will say, remember, hey, remember. I did predict that Vosh would get caught with Lolly or CP or whatever before Mr. Girl, so. Gift.
In line with your desire
So he knew about Vosh's weird shit.
to empathize with pedophiles, or is it something more personal than that? In retrospect, looking at it, knowing now that that artist is a lolicon, yeah, I can see it. When I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like,
The media is your enemy. People were
Bro, what the fuck is the matter with him if he's into that shit? He says that he wants to be a horse and fuck chicks as a horse. Like, what the fuck has to happen to you for that to be your thing? Did he get fucked by a horse?
short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn.
Like the way.
Sorry, I knew it was.
Like the way goblins get. Bro, what the fuck are you? What? Like the way goblins get drawn. No one knows what you're talking about. Or maybe his fans do. Maybe his fans are just as fucked up as he is. But like, what? What is that supposed to mean?
Like goblins get drawn in porn.
All right, if you all get any.
Why did he say that? I didn't hear where the actual goblin clip came from.
Kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
Like the way like goblins.
Blue really just did that. He blocked them in. Because he was about to run. And he let him so that he could run.
get drawn in porn.
Like the way, like goblins get drawn in porn.
All right, if you all get any Discord DMs from a Mr. Girl, I strongly suggest you screen those.
Quit telling me to attack people. No. Although it would be good for me to attack yellow.
You sound like a pedophile.
Poor Vosh.
Not poor Vosh.
His response is kind of crazy. I didn't hear the whole response. If somebody wants to link me the response, I'll listen to it. Because that's got to be like, for him to respond that exact same day, his blood pressure must have been through the roof. And he was like worried about fumbling on another huge
Yeah,
internet
especially
drama.
if you're
Oh,
a
man.
live streamer too. To where like YouTubers have this thing where they can edit the video, you know, do retakes and everything, but a live streamer is just one take and you're done.
Anyone who plans to vote for more Ukraine funding should join us tonight to make the best case for it. Make clear what exactly the next 61 billion will do that the first 100 billion didn't. We need more open dialogue outside of our echo chamber. We'll do it in a civil manner. 6 p.m. ET. Fuck that. God, I can't believe Mike Spam turned into such a anti-fan. Not to be rude to Hassan, but Destiny's out physically canvassing to prevent another Republican presidency, and as someone who lives in a red state and almost died from an abortion during the repeal of Roe v. Wade, the presidency does actually mean life or death for me. He's canvassing a bad list in Ohio, and has said repeatedly it's a vanity project to improve his image. Let's be honest about what's happening here. I think Mike Spam cut off all of his connections from our community because he wanted to get into serious political work. Has that manifested yet? Who is this? Oh. Mike?
Oh, man, my eyes are getting...
You sneak past the guards and grab the treasure. What are you gonna do?
I don't feel
I'm
good.
gonna shop
I feel
at thrift bookstore.
tired.
Mike Spam? Legendary DGGer.
If anybody agrees with me, bro, as a man who is a citizen of the
Okay, yeah.
United States.
I was like, I thought that this was a bot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just attacked like that. But it is a bot. Yes.
States of America, I don't want the president tweeting out memes where he has these red lasers in his eyes. Meanwhile, we got things just happening.
Okay, this is a totally fair take from Nadeshot. If you can show me if he's ever made a single critical tweet about Trump's divisive rhetoric. Can anybody link me one in all of any of my chats?
Who's Nadeshot? Nadeshot. Professional. Okay. That's who I thought it was, but I was like, why is he talking about politics? It's Nade Shot, too, not Nate Shot.
Has Nate Shot ever made a comment about Trump's divisive rhetoric? Just curious. I'm just curious if he made a single one. Because we did make them. I'm like, oh, okay, sure. He just doesn't like divisive rhetoric. I'm just so curious.
Happening all over the world. I want a strong leader who's not farming impressions on Twitter in a very pivotal time for our country, bro. Like, I want to know this mother behind closed doors working his ass off to make the country better, not farming Super Bowl impressions. That's it. I just want to get that out of the way. That's his interns. My point is, brother, that office has a million other things to worry about right now than farming impressions on Twitter.
Do you really think it's Biden that's like
Oh, no, it's not Biden. It's people in his cabinet.
drawing the pictures and running the Twitter account? Like, how naive? Like, I don't even know if he runs his own Twitter account. Nate Shot, when he was working for, what name was this? I don't even know if some of these pro gamers are running their own social media accounts. Why do you think the president does? Yeah, he might now, but like when they were part of their teams and doing all that shit, like, I don't know. Optic?
I'm not gonna fucking I'll do that.
Hey,
I'll hit
Vosh,
that
I
one.
heard your child slavery tunnels got discovered and put on blast. Yeah, it's you know, the underground, like, what's the term for an underage horse? Kid? That's a goat. Foal? Is it foal? F-O-A-L?
Yeah, foal.
Right?
Oh, we tried to meme through it?
Foal? Okay, gotcha. I hope you choose violence this time. Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I know that I'm well loved for my firebrand personality, but to be honest, it's just pretty sad. For those of you who don't know, Ethan Klein and his friends over in the H3 pod dedicated about 2 hours of the podcast to doing like the platonic ideal of a bad faith Vosh is a pedophile takedown, including like everything.
I will say, watching Vosh talk about bad faith, who constantly does the most bad faith summaries and attacks and shit, is pretty funny.
5 years ago, like stuff that's been addressed so long that, I mean, I didn't see it. I saw people in my Discord talk about it. I didn't want to watch it myself, partly because it would just make me upset, and partly because I was getting a haircut at the time. But like, it wasn't even like anything temporal. It was literally just like, fuck this guy. My understanding is that they were even doing like the Tacoma Wept jokes and pretending that the Tacoma Wept thing wasn't a joke. Like
it's always a joke until it is.
The thing that people pretend to do where they see an obvious joke and act like I'm being serious is a way of implying that it's, you know, like.
Do we think Vosh is an actual pedophile, though? I don't know. I don't really see any reason why I should have to give my opinion on it.
Or whatever. So if it's reached that level of like indiscriminate shit talking and smearing, then it's obviously not any kind of like pointed criticism. So with that in mind, like, what do I even, what do I do? The 89th debunk on this? It's nonsense. It's mostly just really saddening because I thought that Ethan Klein and I were on good terms, which I know he made fun of. I think at some point he was like, huh, as if I would ever be friends with this pedophile, which is really disingenuous because the last time we talked on Twitter DMs, he was really friendly to me. Back when I had a channel strike, he talked with me about offering to give me access to his content manager on YouTube so that I could deal with the strike better. And just a little while ago when he was going through the rounds because he was doing like weird arguments with Hassan about Zionism or whatever,
Wait. Is he, so me and Vosh were never friends, right? Didn't Vosh say that when I did my big manifesto? He's like, I was never friends with Destiny. Why would he even think that? But he was friends with Ethan because Ethan offered him help with a YouTube strike? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
With me about offering to give me access to his content manager on YouTube so that I could deal with the strike better. And just a little while ago when he was going through the rounds because he was doing like weird arguments with Hassan about Zionism or whatever, he didn't like a tweet that I had liked. So he reached out to me and asked me about it. We talked for a bit and I disagreed with him, but eventually I moved over and said, oh, okay, and I unliked the tweet at his request. So like every engagement I've ever had with him has been like mutually respectful. And then like randomly this. So yeah, I don't know. People accuse me of not being willing to reach out to people, but holy shit, can you understand why now? Can you understand like why I'm not great at reaching out to people? Holy shit. There's almost always going to be more of a social impetus to turn.
This is why I'm a lone wolf. This is why I don't have friends. They can't handle me. If you can't handle me at my lolly horse porn.
If you can't handle me on my lolly horse porn. Oof. Uh-oh. Fuck! That was your fucking fault. Fucking douche.
hentai, you don't deserve me at my fortress debater, commander.
On me than there will be to like be decent to me, you know?
The funniest thing too is, yeah, Destiny, if he had that on his recent list, imagine what else he had downloaded. I'm calling on Russia to release the 30,000 downloads.
I'm pissed at that guy.
Do you think you can call in and talk it over with them? Maybe this is your ticket. Nah, well, I mean, if they want me to go on, I will, you know. But with stuff like this, with like after a 2-hour well-poisoning, bad faith pedo accusation thing that could have been dispelled by watching any of the innumerable times I've talked about it, it's very obvious that the effort is not to have any kind of like fair dialogue, but rather just to tear me down. I don't mind Ethan covering drama or even not being like aware of everything that I've said, but the degree of bad faith there was like past the point of it being perceptibly mendable, I feel, which I don't know. It's very...
At Destiny, you're petty. Just tell the truth regardless of personal bias, otherwise you undermine your own credibility. I think I've extended an ungodly amount of credibility and charitability to Vosh over and over the years. And he was even bad faith to me in this particular situation. He tweeted out that the reason why I wasn't defending him was because he didn't bend the knee to me. Does he think I wanted him to bend the knee? I just wanted him to stop engaging in the very same bad faith attacks that he's now accusing other people of engaging in him with. Vosh being a or not is not relevant to any of the political commentary I do. At the end of the day, I don't really give a who wants to jerk it to lolly horse porn and their goblins. You know, that's his business. Whether he is or isn't a pedophile, there's no reason why I have to enter my opinion into the ring of public opinion on that. You guys can figure that shit out if you want. If he wanted my opinion, or if he cared about my opinion, or if he cared about any of the reputation I'd stake in my opinion, maybe he should have thought of about that before constantly bad faithing me over and over and over and over again.
Very, very saddening.
Like, all of this, like, this is the evolution of his life. It's all led here. What, like, last weekend, or, well, 2 days ago, yeah, like, over this last weekend, he could have been in Ohio talking to the youngest congressman ever elected. He could have been Maxwell Frost, right? He could have been talking to Tim Ryan. He could have been talking to city council people. He could have been at the canvassing event. He could have been debating. There's a million things, but he wasn't. He was at home instead leaking his lolly porn because the organization that I gritted my teeth and agreed to work with him on, he decided to spitefully, you know, toss to the wind because he's too much of an autistic, lazy fuck to actually do any real political action. So instead, he'll sit here and he'll reap the fruits of his labor, which is, I guess, being hated by the entirety of the fucking internet and then victimizing himself and his community while pretending there's absolutely nothing he could have done differently the entire time.
They said to DM the podcast Twitter account. If you want to, I tweeted, I'm fair to go on, and they, on their thing, said not today, which obviously doing it in a subsequent day, kind of like, you know, like the damage is done, but Why is it a recurring thing that you get accused of? Well, for the most part, I think it's just because people hate me. Unfortunately, social bias is a very, like, inertial process, where the more, you all remember this probably from high school, or if you're in high school, you know it now.
Like, think about all the bridges he's burned. I'm one of the most forgiving people ever, and he's completely burned that bridge to the ground. I'm one of the only, like, left-leaning content creators that would have done content with him. Why did he burn the bridge with the Young Turks? He really needed to call Anna Kasparian a bitch?
I mean, she is a bitch, so there's that.
That was essential to hit. Where is the YouTube video on that? I know it was important to call. I know it was important to be misogynistic towards J.K. Rowling. He had to call Anna Kasparian a bitch too. Why? Like he's just like destroyed so many bridges, and not even for like good reasons. Like I could understand some principled reasons for doing it, or like listen, I'm all here. I'm all for a big bridge burning. Okay, I totally support that. But like they weren't even good bridge burnings. There's a reason why he lost audience massively every single time he got involved in these fights. Well, actually, with one of the Anna Kasparian.
Consider that New Year's resolutions are not the answer for you this year. You need real solutions, and therapy can help with that. As a therapist, I see the same pattern happen again and again at the same time every year. January rolls around, gyms fill up, diets begin, new planners are cracked open, and resolutions for change and growth echo everywhere. You made a New Year's resolution you're really gonna stick to this time, but along the way, obstacles happen. Emotions, past traumas, anxiety, life's pressures. You waited.
Nope.
Kasparian fights he didn't because she was fighting against an anti-jerk wave at the moment, but.
Which is people who are disliked because they're disliked because they're disliked. There's clout in disavowing people who are already disliked. So if you benefit from disliking people who are disliked, and so on, right? I don't really think there's another explanation because this was like a fully prepared hit piece, not even some kind of like organic disagreement or upsetness or whatever. One of the things that they did, which, and by the way, I'm hearing this secondhand. So I admit if I'm wrong, then that's on me. I don't want to watch it.
This
honestly,
actually worked out good for me right here.
but they acted as though the whole horse thing was some kind of like secret that I'm trying to play off as a joke. Like they were like, we found out like he really does like horse dicks or whatever, which to construct that impression, you would need to be willfully dishonest. I have emotes making fun of it. Like that is a level of willful dishonesty that I think it's stuff like that, you know, because it means there's no real sincere effort at I don't know, engaging with or uncovering any kind of drama. It's just an effort at like character assassination. Are you going to watch it on stream? No. To my understanding, and again, tell me if I'm wrong, they didn't say anything that hasn't been said to me before by like Twitter Nazis or whatever. Most of the stuff they said was in content indistinguishable from the most obviously hateful bad faith stuff that I've seen, which means it's already addressed. There are videos on it, you know? That's one of the things that always gets me about stuff like this, is that I've never been one to hide controversy, right? I have done and said, like, I would say fairly sussy stuff in the time that I've been streaming, you know? I have no filter, not to like blame autism or whatever, but clearly like, you know, the way I decide to communicate my intentions and beliefs sometimes differs from what people would prefer I do.
Whoa.
Whatever, right? And I'm a...
Autism is never an excuse for what Vosh does. Vosh has incredible social awareness. Vosh crafts and constructs all of his messages with incredible intent and purpose. Vosh completely understands how people react to the things he says. He's very intentional. He's very rhetorically talented in terms of what he does. A man like this can never use autism as an excuse for making so many enemies. This is not an autistic trait. This is an intellectual or social deficiency, not one rooted in mental illness, but one rooted in narcissism and arrogance.
Wacky guy. You know, it is known. So I've said stuff, the initial clips where I was comparing child pornography and child slavery, like, you know, work exploitation, I don't think it's wrong for a person to look at that and go, huh, that's pretty suspicious. And for that reason, I've always tried to be upfront or like clear. If people have an issue with what I've done or said, I always want there to be a video that I can point to, you know?
Why would he have opened up? He opened up blue for some reason. I think he opened up blue so that blue could kill orange. Yeah, that's what he
like,
did,
hey,
for sure.
I understand that this looks bad. But
blue is too stupid.
Wonder why he doesn't cover videos of people when he, you know, attacks them so much, and instead just quotes other things. Even with H3H3, is he actually going to show any of their video against him, or is he just going to quote it?
Actually, blue wasn't stupid.
Or talk about what he heard them say about it.
Talk about it extensively. The Thought Slime Meltdown stream, you know, there you go. I talk about it extensively. But usually when hit pieces like this are done on me, there's an effort to make it seem as though I hide everything. You know what I mean? Like all of this is like a deep dive or secret information that has been uncovered that's never been addressed before because I don't want you to see it. And it reminds me very much of the, like, I don't know.
Is Black about to bot out? Go right there. Boom. Don't open him. Yes. Is Black gonna kill?
know, like Alex Jones, they don't want you to know this thing. It's just like it's conspiracism for the purpose of making these.
Oh, I said he hadn't even watched it.
Be more sinister than I am. You know,
Stretch
I'm a
out a
moderate
little
amount of
bit.
sinister.
It's my turn. Uh-oh. Oh, no, it's not.
Sorry, I don't think it's.
If he leaves me like this, oh man. I am. I can't believe that he doesn't see. Oh, is he opening him? No, don't open him. Do not open him. Okay. I think I win after this turn. I should win after this turn. No. You're losing like this, and you're like, attack black, attack black, attack. Shut the fuck up. I think I go for the kill now. I think I go for the black kill now. Just put a 4 up there, boom. Or not the black kill, the blue kill. Oh. No, I can't go for the blue kill. He wants the blue kill. What? Streaming? Yeah. For what? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Here soon. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Alright. I'll see you later. Bye. Nope, I forgot to give him the good game. Ugh. Beginner, master. Ha! Yeah. Blue was a master, but he's one of those people who just sits there and tries to get everyone else to do what he wants done. But me and Black were like, yeah. All right. We're getting close to becoming a Grandmaster. I'm excited.